Um, Good morning. It's Saturday. Voila. I'm starting a little bit early. Probably 20 minutes, half an hour early. It's 10:30 here. Figured we should just jump into this. And I have a fat cat already trying to get past me. Hold on. What a great start to the stream. Come here, you fat lump. Come here. There you go. There you go. You little fatty. There you go. Alright, we're in business. So we got a lot to do today. I really want to put it back on this. I'm going to stream for at least 4 or 5 hours. It's going to be a long one, and it's all going to be on this. This is Rikadon. Rika. For Zagora Games. And I'm just going to jump in. So, normally I would do trees, buildings, and go down to the ground, because if I colour the ground too much, I can't see my ink work on the top of it, right? And it makes it harder to identify what needs to be coloured. I feel like I want to work on ground, you know? I feel like I want to work on ground. It's like I got a need for speed, but I got a need for ground painting. You get the idea. What an interesting range of colours up here. What an interesting range of colours up here. Fascinating. Fascinating. I'm using these like swatches. Like dirt, right? So I can always be sure that I'm kind of sticking with the Mediterranean feel. Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's just do this entire bottom section here, okay? I'm gonna do it here. Alright, and I was playing around with brushes the other day, so let's get back to this one. Alright, let's do this. What's that look like? Yeah, okay. Now this is going to be like a little orchard here. We're definitely going to come back through with lots of other colours on this, but I just want to kind of get like a little bit of texture in instead of this solid colour. And we're keeping our colours dry, okay? We're keeping them a little bleached. This is the Mediterranean. And then our little spots of green are good stark contrast. And I'm doing this kind of underneath everything right now. And again, it's just to kind of get us to have a little bit of a texture. Could probably even come up a notch because we're painting so big, right? What is my objective for today? Well, you know, we got to finish this thing in a week. So I think if we can get the majority of this done, save for some buildings, we will be in good shape. I think what's going to happen is we're going to end up with buildings and water left over, and we might play with water today, but I kind of want to dedicate a stream just to the water, because we're going to have so much fun with that one. Oops, that's talking about water. Let's not do that. My land colour is sitting on top of my watercolour. Now what I should be doing is probably concentrating on little pockets here and there. And completing them, which is what we did on the stream on Thursday. And it worked out well, but I kind of want to just get like this broad area done, and then we'll come in on the pockets. Let's come up here. Let's lighten this off just a touch. Dungeon Tomb. I guess it's good evening to you, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to jump into this dungeon a little ahead of schedule. I got a lot to get done. You know, I'm up, I'm showered, I got my coffee, I'm working on my third cup. I was like, there's no reason why I just can't start this thing. I did actually play around with the stream a little bit, but I'm not seeing it turn up, so I'm a little bit disappointed. I actually, I added a chat to, I'm not seeing it in the preview at all. I had a chat window to the stream, so people could actually see the chat on the video. I'm not sure it's working. Might have to experiment with that a little bit. Thought it'd be kind of cool for people to be able to see the chat going on. Yeah, that works well. That works well too. That's good. That's good. That's... Oh, not on top of the water. No, Nelly. Well, come... Well, you know what? Let's do it now while we're... How have you been, Dungeon? How's it going? What's happening in life? I think you can only do that by recording your own stream, but not full screen. Yeah, maybe. I'll have to look into it. I mean, I use Streamlabs OBS, and they have these widgets that you can basically build up your screen. Me here is part of that, and then you sort of obviously dedicate the source, you know, where this is coming from, and you build it all up. And part of that is having the background be my desktop, right? And then I layer widgets over the top. This video is a layer over the top. That glass that you see over there is a layer over the top. That's what Streamlabs does. And one of its options was to have chat box on there. So my expectation was that it would show the chat. And that the preview certainly seemed to show that there was a chat, you know? So I don't know what's going on with that. I'll have to play around with it. That goes back to every Sunday, I kind of actually don't want to stream. I want to dedicate Sundays to stream administration. You know, adding cameras, perfecting the stream, adding features. Because I never have the time to do it because I'm always streaming. I've got to fix that at some point. You know, at some point I need to sort of say, okay, no stream. This is dedicated to me working on the behind the scenes of the stream. You feel me, bruh? Right, let's do wetter areas. Let's darken our colour off a little bit and slide ourselves into the smooth sounds of mud. Right, let's do a little bit of mud. Alright, Dungeon Dream, I can see it now. The chat covers over your Photoshop. Well, it should be like this area here. Like she says, like where I've currently got the history. It should be up there. Like it just pops up for a short time. I didn't see any options for it staying. It's like I just want it to come in from the bottom. And I just want it to scroll up and I want it to stay there all of the time. I'll have to look for another chat box widget, clearly, because the default one didn't seem to have options for any of that. It was kind of shit. Alright, well, as long as it's there, people know what I'm responding to. Like, this is it. Here we go, Dungeon Zoom. You talking to me. We're breaking ground, because you're the first time that we're actually going to have that recorded. Couldn't have happened with a nicer fella. I think I kind of want to feel like making the area under the trees just a little bit darker, you know? Just in patches. Especially logging camps, which is what this area is here. And of course farms all get coloured individually, so we're going to give a lot of love to these here. And as always, we're going to keep bringing ourselves back to reality. We'll go back to the dry stone. We'll do that near the end. Dungeon Tomb says there's like a 5-second with history. Okay. I know you normally and ending what you plan to do, but I missed the start. That's a great question, Dungeon Tomb. You are paying attention, sir. You get a gold star. So, yeah, let me zoom out real quick. And we'll go to my narrate layer. That's not good, Faden. That's not good. Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. Okay. Let's bring up the layer of narrating. And let's delete everything on that. Now let's change our colour here to red for a moment. Nice bright red. And let's talk about what we want to get done today. So clearly, these buildings, this amphitheater, these buildings here, this building here with the grounds, this village, this, and of course little villas like this. These, oh, wow, okay, Jesus, H, Christ. These all need to be done, and normally I'd kind of like come in from the top down, trees, buildings, and all of the stuff on top of the ground, because when I do the ground, if I'm not careful, it can obscure the ink and make it harder to see what I need to then colour on top. But I'm not too worried about that because we're doing really light colours here. So I feel like what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get all of this groundwork done. All of this. That's where we're going to start. Then I want to get these villages and farms on the outlying area done. That's my main focus. That's where we're starting our stream today. And things like this and this and this, these are going to be special things we're going to come back to. This will be the last thing that we do, probably, the water. So probably mainly focused on the east side, on the ground. Then we're actually going to do all of these trees. That's the next thing. I'm going to do ground, then we're going to do trees, then I'm going to do farms. That's our focus for today, my friend. Yeah, we're going to get all of this done. I'm going to... And I think most of this ground is actually going to come from when we actually colour in the farms. But I just wanted to get like this broad texturing in place, you know? And then we're gonna start hitting those trees, because that's going to be a good part of the colour that we're dealing with. Then we're going to hit the farms. Then we're going to hit these little hobbit buildings. That, I think, is my plan. Now, if we can get that done, we're in reasonably good shape. But time is ticking. We are literally on a countdown with this one. So, I think I would really like to try and get some of these buildings done over this side too. I would love it if we went into tomorrow and we just had to worry about some of the buildings, like some of the core buildings and the water. We've got basically next week to get this dialed in. What we got? We've got until like next Friday to get this dialed in. And I think that's enough time. Well, it's got to be enough time. Wherever we're at is where we're at. But I want to try and work ahead of schedule. And I'm hoping this weekend can do it. You know what, let's get rid of that. That's distracting. Let's get rid of you. There we go. 6 hours? Maybe. At least 4. At least 4. Four to 5 hour stream. I think that's what we're looking at. Oh, that's excluding the half hour that we're in right now, by the way. So what we're doing right now, this is free time. The stream hasn't even started yet, put it that way. Dungeon, you mentioned that you were back drawing. What are you drawing? What are you working on? what I'm doing here is kind of like blending in our colours and our layers a little bit. You can see that it's less harsh. What I'm doing now is kind of softening off. Getting a little bit of dirt on some of these roads. I think it's okay to have some fairly harsh edges, but I like a bit of a blend, you know, and even where I've got a solid patch of like lighter colour like this, just do a little brush stroke over the top with a little bit of sort of layering of like, you know, clay. So it becomes more of a texture. That's already looking a lot better, right? That's looking pretty darn good. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So let's start coming up to let's start coming up to like a pretty. No, you know what? We could do this ourselves. Let's come up into some stone. Well, I'm here to the end of the day and tomorrow, and yeah, I think it would be fine in the deadline unless something happens you needed to take a day off for some reason. Not gonna happen. No days off. So a good plan. Some long weekends to catch up and be in front. Exactly. Exactly. You know, so hey, Selwyn, thank you for the follow. That is very much appreciated. So, you know, someone asked me once, do I ever get, you know, resentful? Do I get resentful of the constant mapping and streaming and everything? It was asked actually yesterday. And the truth is, yeah, in a way, sometimes. You know, because I basically, you know, work 2 jobs. I have a day job, and then I come home, do this, and my weekends, I'm doing this. But I like to try and keep a little bit of a balance to, you know, work life. So, you know, yesterday I took off and I did some painting, drank whiskey and painted miniatures. And this afternoon I'll go out and I'll get a bite to eat at a local barbecue place. So I think as long as you've got a little bit of a balance going on, the odd time crunch when you gotta get some shit done, it's not really too bad. You know, you could totally just suck it up. And then when there aren't deadlines to worry about, I can like say, you know what, I'm not gonna stream tonight. I'm just gonna play games, and just occasionally do that. So it works out okay. It works out okay. I think this ground is already looking pretty good. I'm quite happy with this. I think we're getting close to doing some trees and farms. But I'm going to do stones first. Because the thing that I'm noticing about a lot of the pictures of the Mediterranean is there's always a sprinkling of bleached stone. She says, being very general. But I'm not talking about, like, you know, the tufts of grass here, but there's always this, like, and I'm not talking about modern Greece either, you know, but just looking at the ground, you just always get this little scattering of stone in there, right? So I kind of want to try and capture that. I kind of want to get that sense of, like, bleached ground. So I think in some areas I'm just going to add some stone. Dungeon Tomb. I'm drawing a city, 52,000 population, and doing it 23 by 15. 600 DPI. Wow, that's a big map, man. I want to see the results when you're done. And like I used to say, tell me if I talk too much or ask too many questions. No, that's the whole point of actually having a stream, right? Look, either way, I'm going to be sitting here, like, doing maps, right? This is what I was going to do today. This is what I'm doing tomorrow. If I wasn't on Twitch, this is still what I'm doing. So this way, at least I get to hang out with you guys and girls, and it's like we get to do it together. And it's fun this way. It's way more fun. we'll make a little gravel path out of that in a moment. Lighten up our graveyard. Not sure how I'm going to colour the graveyard. I'm going to come back to this one. But we're going to do it today. Alright, I think we're going to get into some trees now. Now the trees are going to be a little bit tedious. My apologies, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to zoom in, and you can see there's a lot of them to do. But shit, we got to do it, man. We got to do it. So if we can break the back on the trees, first part of the stream, that will be epic. That's currently where we're netting out. I think that looks okay, right? I think that looks okay. Cheers, Dungeon. I always like, I value all of your opinions. That's the bottom line. Because I get so deep into the colouring, it can be hard for me to sort of back out and understand if it's actually looking okay or not. And the colours start to change. Like, I stare at them so long, they start to look different to me. And then when I go to sleep and I wake up the following day, look at it, go, oh yeah, that worked out okay. But it's like 12 hours later before I go, oh yeah, that looks okay. So you giving me like a running sort of sense of how things are going really helps me. Let's just jump into this. Let's get ourselves a nice little green here. Yeah, I think we're going to go with something like this. Well, in fact, I haven't done the note thing yet, but we will. We will. Do I want to do... Let's make sure we're consistent. Alright. So, apologies. Zoomed in. Gotta do it. Occasionally we'll zoom out, okay? But let's do this thing. Let's get it on. Are we on the tree layer? We are on the tree layer. One thing I want to do with the stream at some point is I actually want your chat there. Right now I have it on a second monitor to my right, and it means I gotta look away from the screen. I would actually love to have your chat right in front of me. That'd be kind of freaking epic. Because then I could just look here at you and talk to you. Like a third monitor, I suppose, is what I need, right? A third output display, a fairly small one. Kind of wall mounted right there. That'd be awesome. It would only have to be small. I would only use it literally for Twitch chat. Now, normally I would come back through these trees and we would do some low lights and highlights. And what do I mean by that? So normally what I would do is kind of this type of thing. And I still want to. But let's just get our base colour in first, right? The meal is high. The meal. Big hugs. The map is looking amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you show the effect you have on the tree layer? Yeah, it's just a drop shadow, man. That's all it is. I just got a drop shadow with a little bit of distance from the tree, not too much. No spread right now. I might fuck about with it a little bit later on, and just a size of 4 pixels. And we'll play around with that later. You know, maybe make it a little bit bigger, a little bit less opacity. And yeah, then if you need to go, if you get one, so hard. Yeah, and then if you get one that can rotate. So, oh, okay, the monitor. So you have it a long chat window, like my 3-screen Delve. Yes, exactly, yeah. I feel like it could just be a flat, tiny display that I just put vertically there and mount to the wall. But I've got one graphic card in my monitor, so I'd have to see if it can support 3 displays. I feel like I need to spend a little bit of time on, like, you know, hardware, or money on hardware. I'm kind of at that verge. But then, you know, I dropped $1,000 at Rikadon, and I've been buying a lot of miniatures on, like, auctions. So I'm like, you know, I shouldn't keep spending money. So it's the only thing that stops me. But I should probably, honestly, just tell my patrons on Patreon, hey, this is what I'm using your money for. And just funnel it straight into this, right? I mean, isn't that the whole point? They're supporting me. I use that to make what I'm doing better. I should probably do that. It's kind of a business expense, right? At that point. It's kind of a business expense. I need to stop thinking about, like, pulling this out of my personal money, because that's kind of what I'm doing right now. That's a good point. I should tell people actually what I'm spending their donations on. Yeah, like a tablet. Small. Thin. There. In fact, I've actually got a tablet. I have a tablet. And theoretically, if I just had that tablet somehow propped there, I could have it tuned into my Twitch chat, right? I wouldn't need to actually connect it to anything else. It just needs to be connected to the internet. I don't need to I don't need to actually plug this into my computer at all, do I? I'm not even thinking. The tablet would do it. Duh. I just need to find a stand for the tablet so I can put it there. Alright, we're gonna colour trees into my hand cramps, and then we'll zoom out. There are so many trees on this map. How did I get... Normally I don't draw so many individual trees. I think that's the difference. This feels like more trees than I've drawn in a long time. Normally I draw big copses and forests. This is a lot of individual trees. OMG. It's like it's such a shame that you can't, like, have Photoshop go, see everything that looks like this, color it. But I can't. There might have been maybe a way I could do a select all of the ink and somehow just color trees, like, much more broadly, but I got a funny feeling that we'd end up doing so much touch up and it miss so much, and I don't know, it feels like I'd be spraying the whole canvas with a spray can, and I don't think that's going to work out, so no bitching. Just painting. Let's get it done. Yeah, you're right, Dungeon. Just get a little tablet right there. It's the cheapest way, it's the easiest way. And just so you know, Dungeon, with the drop shadow that I've got on these trees, I think what I'm going to do is actually make it bigger, but closer to the trees. Because right now, it's maybe got 1 or 2 pixels. The distance is too great. And I feel like it's too small. I think it could be a little larger in size. See, that's a little too subtle. And I might change both shadows on the buildings and the trees to have a little bit more of a angle. So it's like sun here coming down that way. I feel like it's a little bit too... Oh no, maybe the angle's okay. I think the angle might be okay. I think it just needs to be larger. But that's something that we could just do right at the end. We could tweak our shadows until we're happy. As long as I keep the layers separate and don't merge them, we're okay. We can get it all dialed in and then merge. Okay. This is going to be a big part. No, okay, let me take a step backwards here. This is going to be a big part of the day, colouring these trees. I don't think it's going to take a big part of the stream now. It's a big part of the work effort. If we can get this done, we've really broken the back on it. The next one will be the farms. If we can get the farms done, now we're winning. If we can then get the buildings done, we are laughing. You know, this is actually going to be a fun exercise in a way, because remember, I actually started drawing this map as a reimagining of an existing map. So someone had already drawn Rikadon, and we're doing our version of it. I can't wait to actually do a side-by-side, you know, and say, so this was the original, this is what I did with it, and this is why I did it. That'd be kind of a cool exercise, I think. Because I told the client what I was doing and why I was doing it, and he was on board. But I think it'd be fun to tell you guys and girls why I did certain things. I mean, I want to make sure it's not like just bashing on the old map, because someone drew that map, you know, and it was a good result. And I don't want it to look like, you know, I'm just like, you know, railing on that person. That's like not cool. But you know, why I did certain things, why I drew things in a different way, or what I was looking to accomplish that I felt like the previous map didn't do. Did you ever find out who made the other map? No. I mean, I'm sure I could ask. I'm sure I could ask Zagora Games and they would tell me. You know, maybe I should, because if I'm going to talk about the other map, and I'll do so very professionally and nicely, it would be kind of cool to sort of say, this map was done by, you know, Jennifer. Good job, Jennifer. I was asked by Zagora Games to reimagine it. So this was my thought process in doing that. Jennifer's done a good job here. What am I going to do that's different? Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Gotta give credit where it's due, right? Yeah, exactly. Give him or her credit. I can't like put the two maps side by side and not say who did the original one. That'd be kind of like not cool. I'll find out. That's a good point, Dungeon. That's a good point. I'll find out. Alright, we're motoring. We're motoring. It's not looking too shabby. Doesn't that just that little splash of green make all of the difference in the world? It's so crazy. It's such a lovely contrast. There's so much about colouring a map that's actually a little bit like colouring a miniature, or painting a miniature, I should say. Where you work on contrasts, whether it be contrast of texture or contrast of colour. And this is the same. I feel get that visual contrast creates a visually pleasing result. And I think especially with a Mediterranean like climate, right, where it's very very dry, but you have these splashes of like olive groves and trees and such. That's actually an orchard right there. I'm gonna colour that differently. Let's get rid of you real quick. I feel like an orchard. Well, maybe we'll do the orchard in green, but then I'll come back through and we'll give it yellow highlights. Meh. Meh, 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 meh. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, you know what? We're here. We're walking through the orchard. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. I love seeing a map come to life. OMG. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Papa Fox Tacos. Oh, big hug. Welcome to the stream. Farm's done. Moved on to shrubbery. So, no, the farms on this side aren't done. I did ground. We're doing the trees. Then we're doing farms. Look at this map. Look how much is coming together. Look how sexy this thing is. And then when we've done farms, we're gonna move on to the hobbit buildings on this side. And then when we've done the hobbit buildings on this side, we're gonna start moving into the buildings in town. And probably last up, it won't be today, I don't think, unless I do amazing progress, but I don't think it'll be today, because ground, trees, farms, hobbit buildings, that's a lot of work. That I think is my core need for today. If we can get some buildings in town done, oh, that would be so sweet. Oh, that would be so awesome. I would feel so happy about that. But town is going to be, a bit of a time-consuming thing, because there's a lot of buildings in there. Then when we've got town done, the next big things is palace, temple, and water. And I have a feeling that water could be an entire 2-hour stream. I got this feeling because it's gonna be unlike anything I've ever done before with water. We are gonna really try to make something beautiful. It's just water, right? Yeah, but I found this photograph and I want to replicate what I'm seeing in the photograph. And if I do it, it's gonna be awesome. But it's gonna take time. At least 2 hours of time. So that, I think, is something we're going to do on a stream next week. Taking a dip with Alyssa Faden. I already have a name for it. Okay, stop colouring trees over there. Let's get this done. Let's make them a little yellow. Dungeon Tomb, I just found out on the tablet you can just zoom in on chat right now, so I only see the chat on the tablet. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I actually own 2 tablets. I own an old tablet. I wonder what I did with the old tablet. I wonder what I did with that. I'm just looking at the back there of my monitor. Because this Wacom tablet is £80 in weight, it comes with a stand that's like this deep. I swear the stand is most of the weight of the thing. And I was just looking back there to see if there's anything that I could sort of leverage. But I think some kind of ad hoc stand for a tablet and then just bring the tablet off and sort of put it on the stand just while my Wacom is flat. I think that's the way to go, man. I think that's the way to go. I could even put Twitch on there as an app. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. I mean, I'm going to try and do it before the stream tomorrow. But I still need a kitty cam, because I've got a kitty over here right now. I need a 3rd camera mounted over there, pointing down to kitty. Plugged into the stream deck, so I can go, kitty cam. You know it, Demille. You know it. It is sorely lacking. And I know it. I know it. Every time I start the stream, actually, straight up, being serious, every time I start the stream, I go, oh, kitty cam. I need a kitty cam. I actually, so you can't obviously see it, but I've got this great arm arrangement here for this camera and a light next to it. I think buying another one of these, because they're all articulated and shit, and putting it over there. And then I just need another camera that's not that make and not that make. So theoretically, you can have it also going at the same time. That's the theory, right? Bodegazilla! How is the map coming along? This is where we're at. This is where we're at. We're currently colouring trees on the east side here. That's what we're doing. I think you need a mimosa cam. You know what would be showing on my mimosa cam right now? An empty glass. But that's actually a really good idea. I love it, actually. I love it. So I could have a button that highlights that the glass is empty. Then Jack, who is the admin, would get like the super clue. It's like glass empty. Glass cam. Yeah, okay. Apparently we need the mimosa cam. As far as I'm concerned, the weekend doesn't start until I get my mimosa. But I've had one, so I can't complain. A means to fill my mimosa remotely. Now, wouldn't that be a force for evil? Exclamation mimosa. And it just appears from nowhere. That'd be fantastic. Bodegazilla, thank you for the subscription. That is absolutely fantastic. Very much appreciated. So appreciated. I think, Demille, tell me if I'm wrong, but isn't this like, you know, half price month or something? Or like a BOGO, get one sub, get one free? Isn't this like sub September or something like that? I think subs are half price. By the way, everyone, guest appearance in our chat today, we have Demille. Demille is an awesome cartographer. She does very different work than me, and it's fantastic. Go check out her channel. Hit her up with a follow, okay? And it is half price sub month, so, you know, take a look at what she's doing and consider subbing to her. One day, I will remember to delete this song from the song list. I have to be in a special mood to listen to that one. There you go. Thank you, Demille. There's the link in chat, everyone. Go check her out. And if you're watching this video afterwards, I put this video on YouTube, I put this video on Facebook. If you're watching this after the fact, twitch.tv, DOMILLE, follow her, okay? It literally costs you not one dime to follow her. Just take a look at what she's doing over there. And she's got a cat cam. Bodie Gazilla. There you go. Thanks, Bodie. Are those trees growing inside buildings? No. Yes. They're hobbit buildings. So they're basically, I've done tree huts. And I'm going to give them a good drop shadow. We're going to actually colour those later today. So they're clearly elevated. So yes, there are trees inside the buildings. It's like a little elevated tree complex. Filthy hobbits. Now, someone pointed out that I should put some pine trees on this map. And I think they're right. But I'm going to worry about that at the end. You know, let's get our core stuff done. And then we can worry about details, right? And I know this is really more of a farm than trees, but I think it should belong to the same colouring. You know what? Oh! You know what? Let's just randomly scroll our map and just draw random dots on it. Here we go. This is a bit. It's the only problem with a big huge touchscreen. If you touch it wrong, whoop, And she's out of here. Alright, we'll get a little bit more of this done, and then we'll zoom out. We'll take a look. Walk around a little bit. Make sure she's feeling good. Hit save before everything crashes and I cry. Let's do that right now. Make sure I'm colouring on the right layer, because that would also make me cry. At some point too, I want to actually, I want to make these videos, a YouTube version of these videos, like edit them, get them down in size and stuff. It's like, where does the time come from now? What day am I doing video editing? Bodie Gazella, Mediterranean, correct. Brian McWhirter, Ski Ball Jenkins. Good to see you, Brian. Happy Saturday to you, my friend. Brian, didn't you have your specialist appointment yesterday? Wasn't that yesterday? If you need a bunch of tiny skulls for minis, I made some. You made some? Like for minis? Like literally miniature skulls? Physically? Physical miniature skulls? Actually, Bodhi Gazella, that ship has ski balls on it. We drew them on the stream the other day. Let's finish here. How are we doing, actually? We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. And I want to do that row of trees there, but we're gonna... Oh, we've got trees down here too. There's trees all over this map. Every time I look at it, like a tree goes bloop out of nowhere. Like, where did these trees keep spawning from? Who drew all of these trees? Is she insane? Why did she keep drawing trees? The next map we do, folks, there's going to be no trees on it, okay? It would be so good to convert the trees that I've made here, colouring and all, and make a Photoshop brush out of it. You know, that does every time you click it, it does a random size and a random orientation and a random shape. I wonder how you make Photoshop brushes like that. That would be kind of cool. That would save so much time. I could go nuts with something like that. Trees and cops. I wonder if I could actually create... And buildings too. I wonder if I could actually create some brushes in all of the free time I've got. Knowing skis, which were originally actually live animals, the ski, you would set it loose at the base of a ramp and you'd get points based upon which hole it ran up and dissipated. Really? But the ski was hunted to extinction due to Coney Island and the popularity of ski bowling. So they replaced the ski with a wooden ball and you get points based... Are you yanking my chain? Is that true? Is that true? Someone link Demille the ski ball machine. Demille, you've seen them. You've seen them. I know you have. I didn't know that backstory though. Bodhi Gazilla, the spraying on you, it is Mekon-like. I'm surprised your skull can contain your intellect. Like, is there nothing on this planet you don't know? It does sound like trolling, isn't it? I feel like there's a troll going on, but knowing Bodhi Gazilla, it might not be. No, I want to make these trees a little special, so... Let's give them a little splash of highlight. Now, ideally, we're going to come through and do all of the trees with a highlight, but at the very least, we're going to get these done with it. There you go. That pops off the map real nice. Look at that. That's beautiful. Let's forge on. Let's forge on. Making good progress. Brian McWhirter, that's an 8 out of 10 on the made-up scale. Papa Fox Tacos looks like I couldn't paste Wikipedia. You should write that entry for fun. It's sadly something I just made up because I don't want to work on my book right now. It sounded awesome. It sounded awesome in an alternate universe somewhere. That's real. That's so... It had that element of plausibility to it. Dungeon Tomb, question. Why don't you use any of those drawing gloves? Like, because I didn't know any existed. Next question. No, I seriously, so when I first got this tablet, I wore gloves, but regular gloves, and I didn't like the feel of them, like, at all. But if there were special drawing gloves, and I didn't know they existed, I will need to get a pair. So why don't I? Didn't know it was a thing. Wished it was a thing. Looked for it. Didn't find anything. Gave up. That's why. Bodhi, do you enjoy hiding little Easter eggs and whatnot within the maps you make? Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. I mean, the fact that, look, we do have a skee ball transport ship, right, on this map. Teagle was littered with Easter eggs. That is going to be one that you have to get and you have to look for them. It has so many Easter eggs on that map. So yes, I do. And honestly, a lot of the time, being here on Twitch, hanging out with you guys and girls, I can't avoid but to put them in. Because you all keep coming up with great ideas, like skee balls. I think every map that I've done this year, since starting Twitch, and meeting Brian McWhirter, has some kind of reference to a skee ball on it. I'm just saying. So there's one Easter egg. Every map has one of them. That's coffee maker going off in the background. Hopefully Jack will get the idea to actually put another fresh pot on the go. Brian links me to Artist's Gloves. Kata. Well, get the shit out. Oh, they're only $8. Alright, I'm going to order them later. I'm going to keep that going. I'm going to keep that in the background there. We'll get some. Thanks, Brian. King Bashman. Welcome, sir. Bill challenged some of us to find as many as we can. Really? Is that genuine? Can you remember any that you found? Because I remember most of them that I put in there. Cheers, Dungeon. Alyssa, when did you start streaming? I want to say it was around March of this year. It feels like it was earlier, but I don't think it was. I think it was around March of this year. March, April, something like that. I know it must have been around then, because by the time I got into Enfilade, which is a wargaming convention that I helped run, I was talking about streaming Enfilade. And I didn't, but I was talking about it. Yeah, around there. Around there. Cave Geek! Alright, so talking about Easter eggs, everyone. One of my main sources of Easter eggs on all of my maps is actually Cave Geek Art, and he's in the channel right now. Cave Geek is an individual. Cave Geek is unique in so many ways. Now, let's get the niceties out of the way. He does incredible maps on leather. Go check out his channel, Cave Geek Art. I mean it, you will not be disappointed, and hit him up with a follow. On the flip side, he is zany as fuck, and he is this non-stop stream of put this in the map, put this in the map, put this in the map. 90% of the Easter eggs in Teagle are because of that gentleman right there. And everyone that was poking fun at Jolly Blackburn was because of Cave Geek. But he is an awesome human being. Cave Geek, someone basically asked not long ago if I put Easter eggs in any of my maps. And considering the week of Teagle that we all got through this last summer, I think we all know the answer to that. King Bashman, I did a lot of drinking on stream last night, so brain's still hurting. Cave Geek lays a lot of eggs, and he is a fertile little ducky. King Bashman playing, streaming D&D, transferring everything from the new website to go live, and drinking. It was a multi-featured task last night. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm being polite when I say zany as fuck, Cave Geek, alright? King Bashman, you should. You should. It's not a map unless it's got an Easter egg on it. I'm going to try and recall some of the Easter eggs on Teagle. And Cave Geek, feel free to remind me of some. I spelled out Bill Webb's name in rock in one of the walls. We've got For a Good Time Called Zach in the bathroom stalls. There's a skee ball graveyard. That one's not too hard to find. There's a room with a skull in it that has a copy of Night of the Dinner Table next to it. There's a D&D table with Crypt of the Science Wizard behind the GM screen. There's a dead Zach Glazar with a copy of Pathfinder next to him. That's hidden in a secret wall with a gorilla looking at it. Gorilla's not relevant to that particular Easter egg. What else have we got? What else have we got? I'm gonna, King Geek says I'm gonna do a D&D session in an hour. Gonna probably kill the silly little Kraken god. Go for it, man. No, not all of those are yours, but certainly the best ones were. I think for the good time called Zach, I got a funny... That was you. The dead Zach was you. There's Roman sponges on sticks in the bathrooms. That's an Easter egg to me. All of the Jolly Blackburn ones were you, though, Kafir. Like the copy of Night at the Dinner Table next to a skull. That was you. And there was another Jolly Blackburn one which also featured skulls. Because he loves skulls so much. The skee ball in the gaming room was Brian McWhirter. The skee ball graveyard was Brian. Brian felt so passionately about that, he actually went off and drew that particular skee ball machine. That's how much he wanted one. And if someone's actually going to draw the component to drop in a map, you can't say no at that point. Now there was a surfboard that said Teagle Nam or something on it, but I think the frogs made me take it out. Sorry, Brian. The Jolly Ones did indeed write themselves. Alright, let's come back. We've not got far to do now. We've not got far, but let's not lose track of where we're at. So let's zoom back in here and then push up, okay? And Cape Geek, I know I owe you an email, my friend. I know. It's just every single time I'm not at the day job, I'm sitting here streaming. But it is on my list to get done this weekend. I might even start tomorrow's stream a little bit late. I might... Yeah, we'll see. Because this one is on a deadline, it's kind of putting everything to one side, so it's kind of killing everything else in life right now. I tend to really focus on deadlines when I've got one. But I will endeavour to catch up on emails and all of that other jazz. Soon. Do I speak right Latin? No. I barely speak right English. I haven't studied Latin. I have several Latin references and resources that I use should I need it. But I don't natively, speak or write it. And I should. I know I should, but I don't. And of course I'm talking about, like, ancient Roman Latin, not, like, the version that's out there today. I think there's, like, 3 versions of Latin or something. So my reference materials are pertinent to the ancient era. Bodhi Gazilla, what is your day job? Alright, so pause button. Cape Geek says, have I ever made maps of the Roman Empire? As close as I actually ever got to it is I drew a map of God, what was the name of the town? I can't remember the name of it. I need coffee. But no, in a nutshell, no, I haven't. I would actually, honestly, so if I was ever to sort of be in a financial position where I could just map all of the time and just draw what I want, one of the projects I'd love to do is just draw ancient cities. Dubrovnik. Dubrovnik was the one. Dubrovnik is as close as I've actually got to that. That was, but that's Greek or Macedonian, right? That's as close as I ever got to the Empire and drawing ancient cities. But I'd love to, and secretly I'd love to draw Rome. I would love to draw Chester, as it was back in the day. Or Ostia, you know, any of these. Londinium. That they would be fantastic things to do. I'd love to be able to do that one day. But you know, I get sucked up in commissions and like private projects nowadays. I've kind of taken a back seat, and I think it's going to be that way. Unfortunately, for the next 6 months, I am so heavily booked. Maybe one day I will be retired and I will just draw maps all of the time, and little projects like drawing ancient buildings or ancient cities will be on the list. Now, a while ago, I was asked what my day job is, because obviously that's stopping me actually doing exactly what I just spoke about. So, I am an executive production director for a software company here in Portland. We create software applications primarily for the financial or financial institutions. We do public-facing work and intranet applications for bank staff. My job, I'm client-facing, so I do a lot of client interactions, but I'm on the technical side of it. So let's say we have some interactions with the MasterCard system. I'm the one that coordinates that and deals with all of the technobabble. I run the programming and design teams. I am not a creative director, but I am the one that makes sure that we're on budget and on schedule. And if a project is going over budget or over schedule, it's me that's on the line. That's my day job. I'm pretty good at it. We have not had a project go over budget or over schedule in about 10 years. And some of those skills I can actually bring to the table as a cartographer, because I take my deadlines very seriously. That's actually a trait that's very missing in the industry. I can manage my own tasks and the tasks of other people around me. I'm not shy about pulling information forward if I need it. I'm not shy about reaching out to someone and saying, hey, I'm missing this information here, or what is my deadline, or you know, who is my creative director, and, you know, basically making people realize what my role is in the grand scheme of things. But it makes me good at actually then client interactions too. I have been formally trained in communication. Sometimes I decide to turn it off because I just want to tell someone to fuck off, but it's rare. Brian says the surfboard was modelled after the surfboards from Apocalypse Now, had the Judge's Good logo on it and good... I know, man, I know. They made me take it out. I don't know who it was that flagged it, but someone circled it with a big, huge question mark, like they were not happy about it. It was a little bit too in their face, apparently. I was very disappointed. We'll put it in another map, alright? We'll get some use out of it. Bodhi, I'm always happy to talk maps, always happy to sort of talk about projects that you might have going on. I wish I had a duplicate of me, but there is some talk about me actually training up a small stable of cartographers to potentially do what I'm doing. Actually, honestly, you know, I would even love it if I had a colorist. I used to have a colorist years ago, and so I could actually draw a map, give it to my colorist, he'd color, and we were a great combo for several years, and it made everything a lot faster. I want to try and get back to that, so I can like double the amount of work I'm taking on. That's my objective. I've had 2 people assist me over the years. One going back about 8-10 years ago, like drawing my style, so we could actually split the work between us. But the first one let me down halfway through a project. He was like, you know, I need to concentrate on family more. And he just dropped out and it all came back on me. And the other one, I just can't get him to draw stuff. He will not hit any fucking deadlines that he's got, like, at all. So it's like, me trying to create a stable of cartographers, like, you know, Fading Ink, or whatever, or Cartography Inc., whatever you want to call it. It's more hassle than it's bloody worth. I trust myself. I know I will bust my balls to get something done, and I will put personal stuff to one side to get stuff done. I can't get anyone else to step up like that. No one else has freaking responsibility nowadays. It's most infuriating. The statues in the zoo as a reference to Ian and Banks on them. Oh, right, yeah, the statues in the zoo on Teagle. That's right. Bodie Gazilla, fellow Oregonian. Whereabouts are you? I'm in Poland. Now the inscription on them was supposed to be something from June, but I messed up and didn't replace the fill text. It's okay. There's an Easter egg. There's an Easter egg in and of itself. Oh, and there's an Easter egg too on the gazebo. And if you don't know the story about the gazebo in Teagle, tell me, and I will tell you the story. Right, I think you know the story. You could tell everyone. Kafir, I think you know the story too. Where's South Ashland? Okay, last time before you hit California. I've driven through there. I'm not sure Ashland, maybe, but I've driven through to California a couple of times. I actually like driving to and from California. A little bit of a road trip. And there's a town right on the border, but I think it's on the California side, that's got such a great family-run restaurant. So like on road trips, like Jack and I like to stop there and eat. Well, hot diggity, I think we've got our trees done. Time to hit our farms. King Bashman knows the story, right on. Of course you do. Of course you know the story, King. Gotta get your ass moving. Go kill a kraken. Have a great game, Cave. And I'll talk to you this weekend, okay? It's on I-5. You've gone through here. There's a Shakespeare festival here. Okay, yeah, I've been through where you're at. Thanks for the coffee, babe. Every other Saturday, I do what Cave's doing, not killing krakens, but I have my tabletop role-playing game on Saturdays. So next Saturday, no stream, playing a game instead. All right, mental reset. Farms. All right. Browns, yellows, oranges. let's jump into this, because they ain't gonna colour themselves. Let's get into this. You have a great British style pub, best fish and chips in the US. Next time I come through there, I'm stopping, I'm gonna get some. Alright, Emil, go enjoy your stream. I'm sure all my viewers are gonna follow you, because you're going to do a great job, I'm sure. The Black Sheep Tavern. Alright, I'm going to check it out next time we come through. I've still got to do the edge of this water too, like I've done the other side, but for now. What a beautiful, beautiful colour that is in the foreground. Let's put that here. There are no good pubs in Dallas. You know, that's one thing I notice about down south. There's those certain international things that they just don't have. Like, even Portland has several awesome freaking pubs. But we have several English-style pubs here. It's like, how have we got it? And, like, you know, big-ass place like Dallas doesn't. Let's come up here. Houston had a great, this is not what you're talking about, but I had a great Indian restaurant that I went to years and years and years ago, and it was bloody awesome, and I can never find it again. Bodie says, Portland's such a lovely place. I'd love to live there, except the homeless and the drugs. Boom. You're right. You're right, Portland's gone to shit. And it's expensive as hell. It's expensive as hell. It's like a mini Seattle, and it's got a lot of homeless. It's got a lot of trash on the streets, and it's got a real graffiti problem right now. It is literally turning to shit, and I'm very angry about it. I don't know what our current mayor is doing, but I am not happy. I've actually thought about seriously creating a Facebook group called The Real Portland, and just to expose just how shitty it is turning. It's very unfortunate. I moved here in 2004, and it's really been the last 4 years that it's just gone to crap. And the traffic too. The traffic is freaking ridiculous. It is freaking ridiculous. And they do nothing about it. They've so got their heads up their asses about, you know, buses and streetcars and trams and bikes that they will do absolutely freaking nothing to improve the road system. But I'm not bitter. Oh no. you're wondering what the hell I'm doing, then yeah, me too. Would I ever move to one of the suburbs? Yes, Jack and I have considered moving several times. But we also talk about moving to more of a central state and a cheaper state in general. To be honest with you, I think the day job prevents me from doing that. It pays too much to quickly and easily replace. But yeah, we talk about it, especially in the context of like a retirement move. Yes, 100%. I like the hipster aspect. I love the weirdness of Portland. I love the people in Portland. I hate the shit that Portland has become. And they're so like jerking off like at the prospect of new buildings all of the time that we just like our land our skyline is just changing every single freaking month. We have dozens of construction projects. It's like Rome. It's just like it's just come with construction, and it's everywhere. So the streets are just like all closed down. They did the bridges are getting like renovated at the same time. They just do stupid, and the traffic's already like gridlocked continually because there's so many people moving here. And I think it's the sheer volume of that all happening, and the sheer volume of homelessness that's creating all of the graffiti that we've got. It's not a pleasurable place to be. There's these little pockets that are absolutely beautiful, and you turn around and there's this abandoned building covered in graffiti, windows and all. It's just like awesome. Or a homeless camp there. It's like, I thought we were a little city and we'd be looking after people like this. It's just... McMinnville is a beautiful area. McMinnville is a little bit like Olympia in Washington. Nice and quiet and beautiful. In McMinnville I would move to. Ashland, we'll take a look. We'll take a look. If your dad settled on Ashland, it must have some merit, right? Hipsters, okay, because there's a huge influx of people moving to those locations where they like. Right. Your uncle lived in Mount Angel for a long time, raised his kids there. I think a slightly more rural area would be great. My house is not big, and that's typical for Portland in some ways, you know? But it's pricey. I would love to get twice a house for half the money. I really need more house. It's just not going to happen here in Portland. Alright, I think I'm going to continue in the same vein. Let's create this little sort of quilt, as it were. Oh, would it were so simple. This pen is not compatible with the Wacom, even though we shipped it with the Wacom. Really? Let me just use the pen to cancel out of that. Oh, Wacom. One of the motivations for Jack and I on a move is more house. We need more house. Not much more. Another 1,000 square feet would go a long way. 2 dedicated gaming rooms would go basically be what we need. We wouldn't need anything more, you know? So more space is the main driving motivation. But we also want to be like closer to conventions, you know? Right, we even thought about the Dallas area, to be honest with you. But I think the heat would basically kill Jack, and he knows it. So we can't do it. Having an airport nearby is actually really handy, Bodhi. King says, I've been wanting a Wacom for years, but by the gods, it's hard to justify. Yeah, it's a huge level of expense, man. Yeah, I mean, what was this? This was about $2,500. And in all fairness, I've had it for 5 years now or something like that. So it's been good in that sense. But like if I want to upgrade to like the 32, 34-inch version, and it's like $3,500, that's a lot of money. There's meant to be cheap knockoffs coming out of China that are like half price. That I actually keep meaning to think about looking at, but I don't need to. This monitor is working fine. Pew, and it's dead. But this monitor does what I need to do. So like why replace it? But if I had to replace it, I gotta take out a freaking mortgage, you know? It is not cheap, and I would have to too to just do mapping. Colorado was on our list, as Jack pointed out. Yeah, Brian, exactly. You're right. If I upgrade or replace this, I'm basically not going Wacom. I think Wacom are a little bit like the Apple of the world. You know, the prices are not realistic, and they can get away with it. You know, they do get away with it. King Bashman, I have whatever brand drawing pad, not monitor style. I think drawing pads are great though, right? Like a decent sized drawing pad. I think that's kind of what I should be looking at actually when I go to conventions. And if I could project that up on a screen, I could do my seminars that way. Dungeon Tomb, buy a Huon half price compares to Wacom. Huon. Dungeon, I might have to hit you up at some point to remind me of that name. Alright, we're going to spend, let's say, an hour colouring farms. And then we're going to shift into buildings. Of course, we've got to get our little side roads and everything down here too. Oh, not high enough. Let's get on the farm layer. There we go. Okay. Angel is here. Angel, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We've been going for about an hour. Hour and a half, but the other half hour doesn't count. I see you finally got the chat showing up in the stream. I did. I thought that would be kind of nice for the videos that we back up so people could see who I'm responding to. Hopefully it's not too obnoxious. I mean, I kind of just got it sitting on top of the history section there, so I kind of figured no one's really... And I never draw up here. I mean, I might stab here to, like, you know, roll back history or something, but I figured that's a nice little innocuous place for it. Let me know your thoughts too. Let me know if it's annoying. Let me know if you like it, don't like it, don't care, don't know what I'm talking about. Good to see you, Angel. Happy Saturday. I'll zoom out for you in a second, Angel, show you where we're at. You know what? While we're here, hold on. While we're here, let's just do it. Let's just do it. It would be more legible and easier to see in a chat box. Baboonski, thank you for the follow. Samsung Galaxy Note 10 Plus from Sprint. Thank you, Sprint. I just bought a phone off you. Fuck off. It would be more legible and easier in a chat box. I don't know what that means, Angel. I don't know what that means. Like, don't have it sitting on top. I don't know what that means. You'll have to explain. Baboonski, thank you. Welcome. If I know you in real life, tell me your real name. But you are more than welcome to the feed, my friend. Chuck! Okay, Chuck. You see, this is the thing. Everyone on Twitch, like, gets this weird handle or something. Like, everyone changes their name on Twitch for some reason. And, like Angel, you don't. So I know who you are. But so it's like, I have to decipher who everyone is. Like, you know, I have so many good friends. And it's like, I know you by this name, but then when you join Twitch, you're using a completely different name. And I got a funny feeling I know every single one of you. But 9 out of 10 times, I don't know actually who you are. You know, and I have to sort of decipher it in my head. So, Chuck, welcome. Thank you for telling me who you are. Well, for Chuck and Angel, I'm actually going to zoom out in a second. We're going to do this little farm area right here, okay? And then I'll zoom out and show you both where we're at for the map. We're drawing farms for the next hour, then we're going to do buildings. This is where we're at, boys and girls. This is where we're at. That was one thing I was going to do when I first started a Twitch channel. I was like, should I just be going by a completely different name, like Roman Girl or something, or Pajama Time? And everyone was like, no, you're Alyssa Faden, that's kind of your brand, stick with that. So I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's like, no one else does that. Everyone else just like has one name on Twitter, another name on Facebook, another name in real life. Alright, let's zoom out. So this is where we're at, and we're trying now to get basically all of the farm areas done, which will give this a little bit of a quilt-like pattern to it. And then buildings. Then buildings. We're getting close. And Troll Lord, thank you for the follow. There you go. Alright, Troll Lord. Thank you. Thanks for that. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's good too, right? Because when we start actually getting into some of our projects later this year, this is how we're going to be doing it. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You can create 7,000 accounts if you like, okay? And like just hit me with follows and it'll look like I'm super popular or something. But this is going to be the format, okay? Like for the last quarter of this year, this is going to be the format and we're going to draw some awesome stuff. No, I get you. No, I get you. No, I get you. Yeah, me too, actually. Seriously, I'm really excited. Because a lot of what I do is, people get to see what I'm doing, but I talk about why I'm doing it, and then people give me ideas, for things to add or ways to draw, or just like what should be in a map, and hey, where's the water coming from, or whatever, and it creates a better map overall. And it's kind of like interactive and fun, and I think it will be a great opportunity to get, say, hey, Alyssa Faden's working on the Gaxmore map. And so it's like, there is progress, things are happening, go participate, go actually contribute to that map. Because if I have people actually, like Angel will say, can you draw a villa with a private graveyard? So I did. This is Angel's villa now. So it's like, I'd love to see people that back the Gaxmore thing come into the channel and, put their 2 cents in there. It's like, now you're in the Gaxmore map. I drew this tavern because you suggested it. It's your tavern. It makes it personal. It makes it's we're all in here together. Instead of the chat over the stream and disappearing, a chat box is an app you can add that allows it to show some chat history. I hear you. Yeah, so this widget came with chatbot, the Streamlabs chatbot, and it's shit. I'm going to have to get another one, Angel. I hear you, 100%. Oh, we're back to Baboonski. You get it. You get it. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to be, like, getting ahead of myself or anything like that. I just think it could be... It makes the project interactive. It's more than, now the Kickstarter's done, we're going to disappear for a few months and we'll be back next year. It's this constant progress. And I back up everything onto Facebook video, and I back up everything onto YouTube video. So there's no everyone can now actually see and participate with the whole map from my perspective, and the project from a deeper level perspective. But that also means, I think, it's a type of thing where I'm going to break ground one day. I literally blank canvas. I am going to break ground, and we're going to do it together. Join the stream and let's start with a blank canvas and see how Alyssa Faden draws from the very first pixel to that very first bit of colouring Gaxmore. That gives me goosebumps, Well, I appreciate it. I really do. I do the backups because I don't have the following. Yeah, I think you gotta have like 60 people in the streaming on average or something for you to then become a higher level partner to Twitch. Otherwise, they get rid of your videos. Like, after a week, your videos are gone. And I don't like that. I lost a lot of good content with Teagle and stuff that I would have liked to have kept. So now I just back up everything. I back it up on Facebook, I back it up on YouTube. Creates another little aspect of the channel. And then one day I'll get into editing my YouTube videos and doing little thumbnails and shortening like a 2-hour stream to, let's say, a 1-hour video. Get rid of stuff. Or, actually, I'm thinking about certain days of the week just doing YouTube. So there's less chat and more... I could be talking, but more instructional. That I want to do too. We'll see. We'll get there. It's going to take time. Babunsky says, Teagle was amazing. Thank you so much. Teagle has a special place in my heart. The whole experience, not only the result, the whole experience of Teagle was special. The length of time that it took, the fact that I took like a week off work to work on it, to like kind of push it over that deadline that I was at. Doing a week of Teagle, like literally probably streamed for 60 hours that week. The result, the content of it, the Easter eggs, we were talking about Easter eggs in Teagle earlier. Audience participation. There's so much from the audience in that map. Angel, Brian McWhirter, Cave Geek, Sven Luger. So many people contributed to that map. You should draw this. You should draw this. You should draw this. What an amazing experience that was. That's not a commission. It was literally an experience. I feel this is too orange, but I'm going to ignore it. Have you worked Lokatoy? I have not worked Lokatoy, Angel, because the client is the same client as the map I'm working on here, and they asked me to put it on hold. This is more important to them. They're kickstarting this next month, and they actually want it to be complete for the Kickstarter. And that includes the map. They're actually going to print at the end of the month. I think they're going to print before they actually Kickstarter it. Can you believe that? I think they want to be able to say, you know, on their Kickstarter, yeah, it's at the printers. It's already in progress. I believe that they feel like that is important. So no, I have not touched that map. Baboonsky says Zach raved about it. Yeah, well, that's because Zach's in that map in so many places, my friend. I've actually, so here's a fun fact. I've got dead body of Zach in the map. And so, I just handed this map to him, right? I helped slice and dice it and all the rest of it. But he's going through, now getting it in the book. So he's zoomed in on this. And so he sees all of the little Easter eggs I've got in there. And one, it was a dead Zach. And the other one was for a good time called Zach, like written in the floor of like one of the outhouses. So he actually sends a message to me one day, and it's just a photo of for a good time called Zach. I'm like, yeah, sorry Zach. He's like, no, it's good. It was such a fun project. I don't know if I've got another one of those either. I don't know if I could actually ever do another Teagle. I mean, if someone came to me and said, hey, you know, draw Keep on the Borderlands. No, not Keep on the Borderlands. Expedition to the Barrier Peaks. In the same way that you did with Teagle. I would have to seriously think about that. But otherwise, yeah, a Teagle was a one-off. Teagle was definitely a one-off. I don't know if I or any other cartographer are ever going to do that amount of work again. Yeah, Angel, this is a deadline of the 20th, so basically, it's got to be all about this map, right? And I originally actually wasn't slated to draw this map. Fun fact. But they were like, will you draw this map, please? And we've got a deadline of the 20th. So we spoke about it. We spoke about ways that it could be done. And here we are. Huzzah. They've certainly given me interesting projects to work on, Zagora. I will say that much. The fact that I can dip my toes in ancient cities and like draw the harbour of Carthage and stuff, I mean, I'm never going to argue about that. Oh, and if you're in the stream right now and you're like, has she literally drawn planks on that weir or on that pier? This is what we do. We do silly things. I know, I cheated. I just coloured a building, but it was right next to the pier, so why not? Right, farm. Farm. Let's stick with the farms. They're a huge project. It was. I estimated it at 330 hours, and I think I'm cutting myself shy. I think it was probably closer to 360. Because there was a huge period of time where I wasn't even tracking my hours. King Bashman, attention to detail. I try not to get sucked into the details too much, but at the same time, when I'm on Twitch with you all, I start like getting carried away and adding even more details. And it's not like I'm showing off or anything, I just get caught up in the moment, you know? It's like, hey, let's draw a lavatory inside this guy's building over here, you know? Before I know, it's like, no, back out, back out, back out. No one can see it. No one can see it. You're at this level right here. And yet, I still drew little stairs on the ships and stuff, and hatches and things, you know? And planks on the ships. Oh, and I think this was a Brian request. Brian word to request. Little tiny outrigger right there. It's so, as a client, you could print this off as a poster, right? Have something really big for your customers. That's why we do it. That's Angel's graveyard right there. We're going to come back to that, Angel, my girl. We'll give this a little bit of love later on when we're doing buildings. We'll do a diving board. You see how this works? We'll do a diving board. Angel requests a diving board, we'll do a diving board. Let's call up to our farm. That's enough. That's enough. Baboonski, thank you for hosting. Angel says, how big is the print of Rikadon supposed to be? I don't know. I think they're using this for, you know, basically 8.5 by 11, right? General box size. So let's say this. I think this is working, right? I think this is working. I think this is working. Too many farms and I start to feel like maybe it's too colourful or something. But anyway, that's going to be probably about the print size right there. But I'm drawing it twice that size. I'm drawing it 22 inches across. I think this works. Let's grab this colour. This is kind of a nice colour over here. Let's do some farms like this. Shit, just draw a whole pack of buildings on the wrong layer. Thank God for digital drawing, cut and paste. You see, that's how it happens, Dungeon. That's how it happens. And I've done that. I mean, I have done that. I've coloured on the wrong layer. I've merged wrong layers and not noticed. Drawing on the wrong layer, 100%. That's what happens. Right, let's get down to brass roots here. Brass roots? Brass tacks? Grassroots. You come here for the cartography, you get to hear a babbling idiot. Welcome to the Fatal Channel. that looks okay. That looks okay. That looks okay. 22 inches across. What's the width on that? Well, so basically double 8.5 by 11, okay? So it's 17 by 22. I request a goddammit Zach Easter egg. I think we could probably do that. Booty Gazilla, make like a tree and get out of here. Troll Lord Games. Well, I raided you, laughed my ass off. Anyways, you're hosted and I added you to an auto host. Thank you, Troll. You rock. Seriously, thank you so much. Looking forward to working on Gaxmore. Very, very much. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to finish up on the Zagora game stuff this month. And hopefully jump into Gaxmore next month. I'm figuring October, November, December is Gaxmore. And you know, maybe we'll finish Gaxmore around November. We'll see. But with Game Hole being in there, who knows? Yeah, I'm okay with that. That sounds great. I look forward to chatting with you. Because everything in my head right now is just purely kind of like what I've gleaned from conversations and stuff. But let's have a proper chat. Absolutely. Look forward to it. Feel free to add as many Easter eggs in Anchor's home as you want. You know, that map's already drawn. But, you know, we'll have to talk about what possible little Easter eggs we could add. It's got, Anchor's home has definitely got a lot of personalised buildings in there. Like, maybe more personalised buildings than most of my other maps. Like, this building is this. But yeah, Easter eggs? Yeah, we're going to have to talk about that. Like, I don't actually know, like, your duo very well. The both of you. Like, enough to throw Easter eggs in on something. But so we're going to have to talk about that. We're going to have to actually fix that, aren't we? Unless it's, like, me drawing me falling off a chair. I just want to tone down a little bit the orange on this. Just a little. Just a hair. That's fine. Let's keep plugging away. Let's keep plugging away. I think I've got my farms up there done, right? Let's come down south. Let's come down south. Let's keep pushing this one. I'm actually not going to do anything more with that. I kind of like that. I'm okay with that. Here. That whole center area needs a little bit of love. Okay, what are we going to do with that? What are we going to do with that? What are we going to do with that? How about this type of color? More towards the yellow, I think. I don't want to do orange. I don't want to do orange. Just kind of tough because it's all bloody orange. Let's do that and we'll slide it towards yellow. Right there. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Now let's do this thing. Alright. So this is a crop area here. So I want to just kind of differentiate this ground from the surrounding area. I'm going to hopefully do it quite subtly though. We're gonna lighten that up a little bit. We're gonna come in with some highlights of yellows on it. Yeah, Baboonsky, Borderlands wins, hands down. Just do your thing, man. Do your thing. I'm not gonna get Borderlands until next year when it comes out in Steam. But if I had Borderlands, I wouldn't be drawing maps for the rest of the year. So I totally understand. Go, enjoy yourself, my friends. Grab that loot. Get the cool guns. Love Borderlands series. I'm kind of glad that it is on Epic, to be honest with you, because then it prevents me from having any sort of temptation to have mapping scheduling issues. I'm okay with that. Let's add a whole bunch of dry stone to it, and then let's actually do some crop colors. And I think, is this looking okay, guys and girls? I mean, is this looking okay? Because what I want to do in about 10 minutes, 20 minutes is shift into buildings, coloring our little hobbitses. No worry, Angel. I don't think you missed anything. We're just coloring farms. But we're going to be done here shortly. Angel, thanks for the confirmation. I appreciate that. It's like I said earlier in the stream. I mean, look how close I'm looking to these colours. The colours actually start to change in my eyes. And like, I'll look at this tomorrow morning and I see it for the first time with clarity. So it's like I get too deep into the weeds. Literally, we're drawing farms. Ba-doom. So having someone sort of telling me what it's looking like is actually really important. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Great. Then what we're going to have to do is just focus here next. And they're gardens, really. Little hobbits' gardens. But we're going to do that next. That's going to be a colourful little quilt down there. I think, farm-wise, we're this close. We're this close, guys. What do I want to do with these? What do I want to do with these? I think I did them in green, but I kind of want to do a highlight. It kind of looks just like nothing right now. Maybe I won't worry about it. Maybe we'll just move on. Maybe we'll just move on. I love the little stone bits. I'd love, even just like here, you know. I love this. I think all my maps are going to have stones from now on. Gaxmore is covered in stones. Cheers, Dungeon Zoom. Appreciate it. Again, I'm not seeking compliments or anything like that. It's like, you're basically saying, yeah, it looks good. It looks good. Because I like, everything starts to blur at this point. You know what I think is missing from here? You know what I think is missing from here? Little patches of green. Maybe we'll come in and do that later on, like little draw splotches of green bushes. That's maybe what is missing from here. And of course, I need to remember, we've got to actually do the shadows of the rocks. Dungeon Tomb, Angel, you're in my stream a lot. Remind me, like, if I get into next week and I have not done the shadows on the rocks, please remind me. I don't want to forget. I don't like that. We'll get rid of it. I don't like it. Okay, that I'm okay with. Bodhi Godzilla says needs shrubbery. No, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think that's what this section needs. It needs some shrubbery. Bodhi, I don't know if you're going to go back to do more work on the water. Oh, hold on. Whoa. Bodhi, everyone in the chat. This is what we're doing for the water. Like all of this, these green rocks, all of this, darker green, to this beautiful blue. That's what we're doing for the water. That's going to be its own stream. The water is so not done. We're going to do special things with the water. Oh yeah, the note tool. Yeah, I know it is. It's one of those things. I'm going to do the note tool. It's in the list of things that I need to do as part of the administration of this stream. And yeah, what do I do instead? Stream. So it's in. I emails to people. I owe payments to people. I on PayPal. There's a list of things I need to do. Okay. What do I do instead? Draw. That's the bottom line. If I'm doing that other stuff, I'm not drawing. Drawing has to take precedence right now. There would be no Scooby-Doo cracking in the water. But maybe we could have a shadow of a squid or something. Ooh, I like that idea. Shrubbery and a herring. Where the freaking hell did you get a herring from? Brian, you're so random. And would a herring even show up on this map at this scale? I know the note tool is Photoshop. I know it is. You know what's more fun? me actually talking to people and saying, hey, don't forget to remind me to do this, guys. Keeps everyone interactive, right? But let's sit here sort of figuring out the note tool. Use the note tool. How do we use the note tool? You'll note that I'm not actually colouring right now, because we're doing this instead. How do we do the note tool? How do we do the note tool? And I'll put the note tool over there. How do we do note tool? How do we do the note tool? Well, shoot, I don't know how to do notes. I know it's boring right now, by the way, everyone, but I'm doing notes. Where are our notes? Alright, go and read chat. More options on eyedropper tool in you left. Under eyedropper tool, the note tool you choice that instead, like when you draw a circle instead of a square. Please read chat, knock knock. Yeah, I literally don't know what any of that means. I literally don't know what any of that means. But you know what? Sure, let's do this on the chat right now. Let's do this. Let's just like the toolbar with bucket paint, click the eyedropper. I hate doing this shit. I'm not mapping right now. Now I'm learning Photoshop. You don't come here to watch me learn Photoshop. I hate doing this. This is what I would do off camera. This is literally what I do off camera. No, we're not going to talk later about it. We're going to do it right now. You sent it me during the week and you sent me a video and I appreciate that. I do. But I actually want to do it off camera in my own time. Everything that I'm farting about with right now. Because what I want to be doing right now is colouring. That's what I want to do. I want to be entertaining, want to be chit-chatting with you, not learning shit in Photoshop. That's why I do certain things off camera, away from the stream. Bottom line. But no, you can't wait for that, can you? You want me to do it now. You want me to use notes now. Which is the third time you've reminded me about this. Then you're like, re-chat, re-chat, re-chat. So, okay, you want me to use notes. We're going to do notes right now. Instead of me asking Angel or you or someone, hey, remind me, and it's all chitter-chatting, no, we're going to do it right now. I'm going to learn how to do notes in Photoshop. I'm sure it's very simple. But I've never done it before. So now it's not so simple. Now I'm guessing. I don't actually know how to do this. I got a little... New note. Great. And now what? Yeah, the music does fit. No, it's perfect. I'm gonna let it go. If anyone could tell me how to get over this freaking hump of adding notes, that'd be awesome. Because I don't want to be doing notes, okay? Tell me how to add a note. I'll be done, and then we can get back into the fun stuff and colouring. Either that, or you'll watch me on stream throw my mouse across the room. Because I'm getting close to that, too. Meant to be drawing hobbit gardens right now. Instead, I'm Googling how to add a note in Photoshop. I don't care about freaking notes. I could use a scratch layer and just, like, write it by hand. But no, we'll do notes. It's saying that the notes panel is automatically displayed. Oh, because it's on a different window over here. All right, note panel, add shrubbery, color, water, add rock shadows. I guess that's it for now. And I got all of these freaking notes on. I don't want little note symbols on my map. How do I get rid of these? I don't want this shit. I don't want this little piece of shit hanging around. This music is perfect for this. God freaking damn it. You know, guys, I don't know how to actually get rid of individual notes. I gotta get back to doing what I want to do. Jesus Christ. This music is so perfect for my mood right now. Right, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. Well, we've been streaming for about 6 months, something like that. We've done quite a few maps together. All of us, okay? The audience. And I do certain things. I am a very basic Photoshop user. There's 90% of Photoshop I'm not familiar with and I don't use because I'm not doing like traditional art. I'm not doing photography. There's a lot of things inside Photoshop I just don't have a cause to use. I'm not even aware of them and I don't need them. And I'm a crude Photoshop user, but I get the results that I need to get out of it. Now, granted, there are certain things in Photoshop I would probably be better off knowing. And I have to learn them. And sometimes they get suggested to me. And sometimes I go off and go, how can I do that? Or someone in chat will say, hey, did you know you could do this and this? And that's all good. But I want this channel to be me drawing maps, me colouring maps, and hopefully me entertaining you. Because I love you all, I love what I'm doing, and hopefully we just get to hang out and have fun. That's my objective. What I don't think is cool is me sitting here in like slobby gym jams, me eating. You never see me eat on stream. Me not talking, me being a boring fuck. And me learning Photoshop. You're not here to watch me dully sit here going through instructions, learning shit. Unless that's the purpose of the stream. Like, you know, Friday night, Alyssa learns Photoshop. And that's cool. But I do the learning shit and experimentation off camera. Because that's not what you want to see. And sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't like it, sometimes I adopt it, sometimes I don't. But I do that off camera. That's for me to decide if I'm going to do it off camera or not. That's for me, okay? And the worst scenario, and it's happened before, it happened on Teagle, I think, is when someone in chat is telling me how to do something in Photoshop, which is not my normal way of doing something. You're getting me to do it in a stream right now instead of what I want to be doing. You're getting me to experiment. I'm in an uncomfortable zone instead of doing what I want to do. And I'm sitting there like feeling dumb because I'm learning, right? And you're doing it through text. You're not leaning over my shoulder saying this, that's a nice. You're typing it on a delay. It is the worst situation for me to be learning something. So I don't like trying to do something new in Photoshop for half a dozen reasons, and none of them are good. None of them are good. Do that shit offline. I'll watch a video, I'll do some research. It doesn't matter if it takes me 3 hours to figure something out because it's not on the stream. That's why, and I certainly don't like trying to learn while someone's texting it to me in a delayed chat. If you think about it, that's kind of ridiculous, right? So I don't like it. This is the second time in my stream this year that this has happened. And it irks me, so now I'm identifying what irks me about it. If you wanna suggest that I should be using layer masks or something instead, I'm not gonna disagree with that, but I'm not gonna start fucking about with layer masks on the stream. If you insist that I do it and start trying to tell me how to do it, I'm gonna start getting angry. Alright? So that's it. That's what I'm pointing out there for everyone on the stream. And the video, which is going to be recorded and go on Facebook and YouTube. I don't like learning shit in front of you on the stream. I'm certainly not responding to a text chat. Okay? You want to know what bugs me? That bugs me. Not doing it again. I don't care if everyone drops out of the chat because they're not fucking entertained. Because I'm not entertained learning something in front of you. I just want to colour hobbit gardens. That's what I want to be doing. I want to sit here, drink coffee, drink mimosas, hang out, chill, and have fun. Not learn shit. That's not Saturday Alyssa Learns Shit channel. Okay? That I'm going to drop it now, and I'm going to draw gardens. Because that's what I want to actually do. The layer masks might have been you, Brian. Someone actually came into the channel the other day and was talking about layer masks. And layer masks, by the way, so layer masks, I don't disagree. I mean, I need to be doing more with layer masks. I am weak on layer masks, okay? The more you do something, the better you get at it. Right? I am so weak on layer masks. So weak. And I should be doing so much with them. I'm totally that. And that's on me. And that's on me. But again, it's like, I don't want to learn it on the channel. I don't want to learn it in front of you guys. Unless, you know, it feels like, A, the chat's quiet or something. But, you know, if I feel like, you know, the mood of all of us is, hey, let's figure this out together. That's cool. That's something else. It's like if I was playing a computer game and, like, I did, how do you find the resources that a city is expending? I got no problem with that, and everyone tells you in the chat, you figure it out. I got no problem with that, but generally speaking, when it comes to Photoshop, I need a little bit extra time and experimentation and playing around with things. And masks, dude, masks. Yeah, I need to be getting a lot better at masks. But again, I'd rather, like, you know, do that off camera. Like, if you texted me or if you pinged me and said, hey, you know, I noticed you did this on the channel the other day. If you tried doing this, this, and this, and it was a good guide and, you know, something I could respond to and try and experiment, yeah, I'm down, man. I know there's so much in Photoshop that's like that for me. So much. I draw squiggly lines and I colour them. That's what I do. Anything outside of Photoshop that isn't that, yeah, I'm struggling. Not now. Not now. And Dungeon Tomb, thank you for the bits. Honestly, it's appreciated. And I know you didn't mean to upset me. And hopefully my explanation, you know, goes some way to explaining why it did upset me. I know you only mean the best. And I know that you're only trying to help me. Okay? I get it. I truly do. I truly do. Just recognize that sometimes this communication method is so bad for trying to actually teach someone something. If you think about it. You texting in a foreign language on a delay. It's not a good situation. So we're just gonna put it behind us, okay? We're gonna put it behind us. I feel like my road there went a little bit cray-cray. So I'm gonna actually... Brian, one of the other times was actually when you were trying to teach me how to do water. But that one I think we got figured pretty quickly. You know, you were talking about your techniques for water. But that was a frustrating time because, again, I was trying to do it like on a delayed chat, and it was pretty difficult, you know. And then Kafir, Cave Geek. Oh, I got so frustrated with Cave Geek once. I was drawing the ships for Sea King's Malice, and he was trying to tell me how to do something, and I got so upset. It was, and again, it was delayed text. It's like trying to explain something. If you think about it, such a not a great way of doing things. Hey, thank you, Eric, for the subscription, and is very much appreciated. I feel like I should have like a Pilum or a Gladius or something. Thank you, very much appreciated. At least have 13 more baseball bats, yes. Which would be 13 more than I own right now. And Jack does a little tiny smiley face icon thing. Alright, let's do hobbitses, okay? Let's do hobbitses. Because these little hobbit buildings are not gonna colour themselves. We've got to do these gardens. We've got to do these buildings. We've got to get the hobbits done today, okay? And farmhouses. And any remaining villas on this side of the water. I'm hoping it's not going to be too difficult. Hopefully this is legible. Gotta do the graveyard too. I'm not sure what colour to do the graveyard. I will admit. Although I think maybe the stone should be white and grey. Right, it reminds me of my skydiving training where I had to listen to landing instructions on the radio from someone on the ground. Can you imagine if someone was giving you instructions on a text message though, while you're skydiving? On a delay? Yeah, alright. That's a recipe for disaster. Angel said, sometimes it's a blue wire, rarely the white. I've seen it be the black wire only one time. Or treat a medical patient through an interpreter that didn't know medical jargon. Oh, dude. Dude. Brian, the life you've had, man, I can't even. I mean, that's a surreal situation right there. I can't even get my brain wrapped around that. Treat a medical person through an interpreter who doesn't know medical jargon. Jesus, man. Sorry for the clattering in the background, everyone. That is Jack. Putting away dishes. He thinks he's being really smart by actually putting the dishes away. We have this little game where like one person tries to put the dishes away and the other person doesn't know about it. So it's like, I did it, you didn't, type of shit. And so he's doing it because I'm on a stream right now and I can't stop him. And he's being so smart about it. Alright, we'll do that. Those buildings in a second. We'll do the pier in a second. Hobbitses. Hobbitses, hobbitses, hobbitses. Then buildings. King Bashman says hi, Jack. And Angel says sup. He's waving. Alright. Alright, let's stay focused here. Because otherwise we'll never get this shit done. Hey, da 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 da. Gardens. Gardens, gardens, gardens. Smattering of light colours. Come in with underneath with greens. Highlight with yellows and reds. Oh, thank you. Yeah, go King Bashman. Thanks for hanging out for so long. I'm going to stream for probably a couple more hours here, so it's a long stream today. Don't expect people to stick around for the full amount. Thanks for joining. See you later, man. Alright. The patient had arthritis, says Brian. The interpreter kept saying problem and gonorrhea. Yeah, I'm not sure how I could possibly express just how mind-boggled I am at that prospect, Brian. Oh, we've got a little well there. We'll have to do that. Now what I'm doing here is I'm giving myself a baseline colour that is not the same as the background colour. I want it to feel a little bit more fertile, right? So this is why I'm adding a little bit of soil here. Then after the soil, I'm going to lighten it up a little bit. And we're going to add a little bit of stone on the top. So I want it to contrast with the surrounding terrain, right? I want it to feel like there's a little bit of a garden or something different going on here. Yeah, we've got to do some paths here too, like we did up north. Let's get back to them. There's no farms there, so let's not worry about it, but there is here. Alright, lighten up. You would have made more progress with Hodor. I can imagine, Brain. Alright. Let's come up a layer. Then we'll come up a layer one more time. We'll add some stone. Then I'm actually going to drop down some layers and the magic is going to start happening. Hopefully this is going to work. And thanks for pointing out those artist glove things, too. I seriously was looking for something like that, like last year, year before. I'm gonna get them. You'll see me on stream with them here shortly, hopefully. Alright. Now. And what I'd like to do is try actually get this to a point where I feel like I don't have to stream this map tomorrow. Because I'd actually like to work on the Two King game map tomorrow. It's also colouring. But it's going to be a slightly different approach. Alright. Let's give this shit some colour. Let's have some fun. Oops. And I know this shit is barely visible, but it just adds texture, you know? It's basically just adds texture. I think I'm actually going to go lighter. Just makes it look like someone's got a little garden going here. Alright, I think we're getting ready for buildings. Buildings, let's do it. Wooden buildings. Okay. Angel says, the red is a nice touch. Thank you, Angel. I kind of just wanted... I mean, there's not many places on this map where we've got red. I mean, there were we've got the rooftops, you know, but, you know, plant-wise, I kind of want it to just feel a little bit more like a garden, you know? And a lot of this is, yeah, you look at it like that, you go, eh. But you look at it at, like, that would be poster size, looks fine. This is print size, looks fine. Yeah, a lot of it is, like, the perception changes, right? Is this music from Diablo? No, this is all World of Warcraft. This particular one is Burning Crusade soundtrack, As a Mist, Part 1. I think the Diablo music's probably copyrighted. This is not. Alright, give me a second, guys. Give me a second, I'm going to move my glasses and everything, and I'll be right back. Alright, 30-second break. Let's go say, oh, we're back, and she says, bashing into the desk, knocking everything all over the place. It's all Blizzard. There's an area in Diablo 2 that sounds very similar. I wonder if it is. I mean, it's meant to be old World of Warcraft, but I don't know what's in there. And I've never played World of Warcraft or Diablo, so I actually wouldn't know. Oh, you know, yeah. Let's buildings. Because I gotta do, you know, no, I gotta do the paths. I've gotta do these paths. Alright. Okay. Alright. Buildings. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I'm a big PC gamer, right? I mean, I'm a big gamer just in general, like computer games. And I'm not quite sure how the whole Diablo thing passed me by. I must have been playing something else at the time, and just Diablo never kind of resonated. It was just never a thing. I mean, the game looks great. I mean, it looks fine. It looks up my street, which is even weirder that I never played it. I don't need to do that. I'm going to get rid of that. Don't like it. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that sort of shows. And when we do the shadows later on, that will be even better. Okay. Brown buildings. I hear 4 is in the works and it's going to cover even more of the world of Sanctuary. I think if we can get buildings done, we are going to be in excellent shape. Oh, I missed a tree. God damn it. I gotta colour that tree now. I have to, right? Now I'm purposefully extending my shadow there. So hopefully these are going to look a little bit more elevated. And we're going to do 2 or 3 colours on these roofs. Just going to get the basics in right now. And I know I shouldn't draw a cart on the building layer, but because the shadow is wrong. But whatevs. Maybe I should do some little stone buildings. Maybe there should be some stone buildings in here. Maybe they should. The guy was sort of saying that they should be like, you know, shacks. So I want to make the Hobbit area be a little bit more village and less like town, and I think we could do that through rooftop styles. Maybe we'll do one red one. Gauntlet. Gauntlet was fun. Gauntlet was fun back in the day. It doesn't really appeal to me now. But I played games very, very similar to, you know, Diablo, like Dungeon Master, Dungeon Keeper. That was one that I played. I think I got the name wrong. Right, let's get these buildings done, and then we'll zoom out, feel good about ourselves, take a look, walk around the map a little bit. Now I think, and it might have been Dungeon that suggested this, it might have been someone else, but I think that's an aviary. That's a glass building right there, so... I'm going to do that one a little bit differently. A hobbit. Yes, you heard correctly, Brian. A hobbit. I don't even know where or what two words I was combining to make hobbit. Hobbit was clearly one. The other one? I don't know what that was. Omelette? Angel, you have to add hoblets to your world. Alright, this is all of our base colour. Then we're going to come in, we're going to add some highlights. Alright, what have we got? That doesn't look too bad, right? That doesn't look too bad, not too shabby. You suggested, of course you did, Angel. I think you suggested the one on the Vauban map. A shorter hobbit, a quarterling. That's actually a cool name, a quarterling. I like that. Oh. I should be up here. It's like, where's my colouring going? There it is. Okay. Right now. Cool. Okay, back over here. I'm actually going to do two different types of shading on this. let's switch. Let's switch to this. And I think I might come back through with a dark shade too. We'll see. Good, 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 good. Alright, we'll get to Angel's Aviary in a second. We hit the core ones here. Oh, cats are fighting. You can probably hear them hissing and growling at each other. Oh, missed you. Let's get you in. And you I already did. So, alright, okay. Looking cute as a button. King Bashman, oh, remind me, Alyssa, before game hold to bring your surprise gift. I will endeavour to. Thank you. You rock, man. I appreciate that. I will try. I will try. Do or do not do. There is no try. I'll try. Do we need to do anything more with these buildings? I don't think so. I think it would be over-engineering them. I think those buildings are good, right? Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's do these buildings over here. I probably don't want to do that. Let's do this. In fact, let's get rid of that. There we go. That's building. So let's stick with our low shit first. You know, we've got more wood piles over there, so I should have just done them all in one go. Yeah, that is drawing. I might need to come lighter. Right, now let's try. There we go. Oh, that's a building, so let's come up here. Those are piles of logs on the ship right there. And you know what, let's get a little bit of a shadow from the mast drawn in. There we go. Cool. Buildings. So my concept for this is a tidal mill. Kind of feel it's like a tidal mill fed or powered lumber yard. It's kind of what we're doing here. And probably with some sawdust on the ground. Oh, building, building, building. Come back up here. Good. Back to farm layer for the logs. Back to buildings. Epic, okay. We'll zoom out here shortly, see how things are doing. Yep. And let's draw some highlights in on the logs. Alright. Zoom out. Next buildings. So this is how we're tracking. What do we got to get done? Well, we've got some little hobbit buildings up to the north. Gotta do those. Gotta do those. And then, honestly, once we've done those, we can actually start sweeping into the heart of the city. So this is good. I think we're making progress. Yeah, alright, let's just do a couple of these buildings on the outside here. Kind of prep the way for us, alright? So we've got a little bit of a... Here, there, nice, good. Up to buildings. Now, most of the buildings in town are going to be slate or tile covered, like terracotta. But a couple of these more functional buildings are more like little sort of wooden hut roof things. So let's get you in there. I kind of want to like merge into the tile versus having an abrupt start. Right. That one will make tile. This is a shed. Shed. Bah. And there's tree. There's a freaking tree. There's always that random tree going, hello. You forgot to colour me earlier. Right. Back to buildings. And I know I am in deep on where I said I wasn't going to go, but it's all good. It's all got to get done, right? It's all got to get done. May as well work our way up towards the hobbitses. This music is pretty freaking intense. Alright. Righteous. Cool. Back to buildings. Back to buildings. Let's stick with the wooden topped ones. Let's just get them done, right? So we're making our way over there. Making my way back to you, babe. Okay, I won't do that again. Yep. These guys. These guys. Graveyard. Gotta do the graveyard. Maybe we'll do the graveyard after we're finished with the hobbits. Great. Great. This is gonna be so much fun. We're getting so close. Alright, let's do you. Alright, villas. We've got 1, 2, 3 villas over here. Let's do some villas. And we're still on the building layer. Okay. So we're actually on our next map, which like we draw from scratch. Probably going to be Gaxmore. We're I think going to start that next month. I'm going to draw the buildings a little bit differently. They'll look the same to you, but we're actually going to do building shape and roof detail on separate layers. And it should make this whole colouring process much faster. So that's going to be a fun iteration for how we're doing things. Walk, hello my friend. So any of those little houses have a bathhouse or pool? Yeah, you know what? There's a pool right there, and definitely in bathhouses and like. What, you fancy this place? That's a nice place. This one's just got a couple of gardens. This one's got a pond. This one belongs to Angel, so you can't have that one. What else we got? What else we got? We were going to pick you out a house, weren't we? I'm feeling this one, man. I mean, I'm right next to the amphitheater. Alright. Let's not get too distracted. Gardens, gardens, gardens. I mean, that's kind of got a little bit of a pool there. This is palatial, this place. I mean, I don't know if you want that one, Mark. It's got a for sale sign right out in front of it. What a cute little building. Thank you, Rock. That is very much appreciated. I like the other with stables and a workshop for your cosplay. There you go then. Rock's place, right there. Let's colour Rock's place. Let's do it. Let's do it. And then we're going to do Hobbitdom, okay? Rock, what colour do you want your roofs? It's gotta be Mediterranean. Don't go too cray on me. But what colour do you want your roofs? Like a nice red, terracotta style. Let's do your workshop and everything. Terracotta it is. Let's do this tower one shade, and then let's actually go towards more of an orange for the others. I'm colouring these on the wrong layer. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I did it. I finally did it. Let's do this properly. There we go. Alright, now we're going to do 3 shades on this, and by the time we're done, we should feel terracotta. Fortunately, that means I've got to redo you as well. And you. And you. There we go. And I'm going to redo you. Bodie Gazilla. Oh, there are buildings up for grabs. Bodie, there are. There absolutely are. I can walk you through the ones that are still for sale here. That looks lovely. That looks so lovely. I think we're going to put a splash of red over the top of that, actually. There we go. That's the colour I'm looking for. Let's just give it a little splash of that. That's what it needed. That's what it needed. Good, 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 good. Good, good. So, are there any windmills? I've got no windmills. Did they have windmills in ancient Greece? If they did, I'll add one at the end of the drawing. Okay, we'll do it. Like, because they've got hills. They've got big hills. There could probably be a good windmill right there. Or here. But honestly, I don't know. I mean, yeah, did they? Did they? Did they? This is cute as a button. God damn. God damn. This is like the fun part to me. Is colouring the houses and the gardens and everything. I never get tired of this shit. So what? Why? Ah, Photoshop's doing its little barf thing that it likes to do. There we go. Right. Dungeon Tomb. Can I have the barracks with the temple? Yes. Although these barracks are actually attached to the palace. So you're going to have to take the palace. Windmills first appeared in Persia in the 9th century. Yeah, this is a little bit before then. But trust those Persians. Isn't it amazing that it took man that long to figure out harnessing the wind? You know, because they had sails and shit on their ships, but it took them that long to figure out that they could harness it for power and stuff. I'm amazed. Dungeon, you take it begrudgingly, huh? It's like, okay. Fine, I'll take the palace. Wait till we colour the palace, Dungeon. We're going to do the palace. Maybe tomorrow, right? Palace grounds, palace gardens. Nice. Looks good. Looks good. I just love colouring buildings, man. I mean, look how freaking pretty that is. That's awesome. Easy to use water, wind wasn't always reliable. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Bodhigazilla, given the propensity of people to settle near rivers, it was probably much easier to harness the power of water to turn. Yeah, exactly. No. Bodhigazilla should have jumped on the palace earlier. There is also the temple, gentlemen, that's still open. And you know what I like about the temple? Is it's got another temple underneath the temple. So there must be some kind of ground network. You know, catacombs and shit. Like, I'm drawing the map. I don't even have a place in here yet. Alright. buildings. Let's get these ones done now. If we can get these done, we'll rock in. This will be awesome. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get this shit done. If we can get this little hobbit area here done, I think we're going to be able to sit back and take a good hard look at this and to say, okay, what is next? And I think we're going to be close. I think we're going to be close. This area here feels a little bit sparse on the ground, don't you think? I think we're going to have to basically come through, I think, with a very small, randomly changing plant tool, and we're just going to do little patch or a scatter brush, and we're going to do little patches of scrub. I was going to say shrub, but no, scrub. And I do know that we've got another villa to get done. We've got to get Angel's place like all moved in. We've got to get the graveyard done. Angel's personal graveyard, where she likes to bury her family. And anyone who transgresses against her. Probably should be a bigger graveyard, right, Angel? There's Angel's place up there. We're going to go there next. Oh, and Angel, we've still got to do your aviary, girl. I moved on and totally forgot about it. We've got to do the aviary. Yeah, okay, good. Can this temple be hedonistic? Yes, it can. And yes, we're doing hobbitses. Are those trees coming at the top? Someone asked that before. They're tree houses. Okay, Boda Gazilla is calling the temple. It's yours. The Temple of Bod. Do you think centaurs have a single-story homes? They have stables. They're animals. Never liked centaurs. It's like I can see him on screen in a film and be okay with him, but like the minute it comes to like a tabletop game or something I'm running, I just can't handle him. I don't know why. I seriously just do not know why. And yet I'm okay with Driders, so what the fuck is that about? Angel, will you ask Jack what time the barbecue place opens? Because if it doesn't open until later today, there's no point me ending the stream until they're actually open, right? Might as well just keep on colouring. Because we're making great progress here. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. Alright. Bernie Godzilla says they are problematic the more you try to figure out the society and lifestyle. Yeah, maybe that's part of what I can't get right in my head. Driders are different though because they're purposeful aberration of the drow. I could go for some barbecue. We haven't been to the barbecue place in a long time, and Jack suggested it. And I'm like, since I've been thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, I want barbecue. And it's a dry barbecue that they do at this particular place. It's called People's Pig. And it's really good. It's not like messy or anything. And it's so tasty. OMG. So that's basically what I'm doing for supper tonight. Four p.m. Oh, we got plenty of time. We got plenty of time. We got like an hour and a half then, folks. We are going to keep colouring. If any of you ever get to the Portland area way and you want to go over to the barbecue place with me, I'm never going to say no. We'll go hang out. We'll eat meat until we die. Let's not do that side because that side's shadow. There we go. Good. 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 Outstanding. Okay. Do we need to be colouring individual planks? No, of course we don't. But we can, so why not? Okay, there we go. Done. We're going to be coming back to the water too. The water we're going to do next week, okay? The water is going to be one stream, all water. Yes, the Burnside place I'm going to go to. People's Pig, that one right there. Eating essential will be like eating horse or person. Both are not on my menu. You know, there's something. I wonder if Cave Geek has done how to cook a centaur. Brian, go ask him. Oh, he's playing role-playing games right now. He's not streaming, is he? We need to go ask him at some point. Bodie Godzilla, I haven't found a good ribs place here yet. Hi, baby girl. Yes, I see you being all loving. Yes, this is where we need the cat cam, guys. Fuck, that looks so good. That looks fantastic. Alright, let's go colour Angel's place. You know what I'm going to do, though, with this, I think? No, I actually don't like that. Let's not do that. I was like, do I need shadows? Like, and then like, no, I don't. I do think that the area, though, needs some ground love. So we're going to do that as part of the colouring of this building right now. Cave did a... yeah, I think I knew that he did a unicorn. Right. But has he ever done a centaur? Apparently this is just one big freaking roof right here. Okay, okay, okay. Angel, you've got a bit of a palatial thing going on here, I'm just saying. This is a place I'd like to live. So guys and girls, just so you know, in all seriousness, I love you, like, you know, I said, hey, can I live here? Hey, I want this in my apartment or my place. I actually love that. Like, Angel's little private graveyard here, that came from her. That's her idea, right? So in all seriousness, we're going to be doing Gaxmore for the last quarter of this year. This is obviously a Luke Gygax and Ernest Gygax thing. It's a special map, okay? We're going to make it really special. So over the next few months, while we're working on that, come hang out. Give me ideas for buildings. Like, if you want a building inside the Gaxmore map, we're going to draw you a building in the Gaxmore map. And it will be yours, okay? And that will be your way of actually having a little piece of you in game history. I don't even know how these roofs are meant to go. I don't even know what I was drawing here. Angel, you've got some kind of weird Cthulhu rooftop thing. Oh, talking of which, I need to get tickets for Cthulhu or Lovecraft Con. I need to do that this weekend. It's like, I should just say that I'm never going to stream on Sundays because I always have other shit I gotta do as well. I need a personal assistant. Oh, that was weird. No, that's not the right place to do shadow. There we go. I don't like that one, so let's... Go. Don't know what's going on here, like, at all. Looking like a pretty sweet place. Do I have an opinion on Minotaurs? What, as a food? No. But as a creature, I love Minotaurs. In fact, I've even played a Minotaur as a player character before now. I love Minotaurs. Box Office Jack, thinking through what it would taste like and the toughness of the meat. This is why Cave Geeks How to Cook an Animal on Patreon. Go look it up, folks. How to Cook a Monster, I think. It's destined for greatness because all of us fucking love the concept. Rourke, can you design it? Yes. Actually, you can. Alright? And if you on Facebook want to PM me and say, hey, draw this somewhere on the Gaxmore map, it's going in. But don't make it a big, huge thing that takes over the whole map. Obviously, I can't do that. Give me a building, it'll go in. And Brian, the skee ball inn is going in. Seriously, I think it's a great chance for us all just to have fun with it, right? Just fun. Now, I don't know a lot about Gaxmore other than I think it's got a lot of ruined areas in it too, right? You know what? No, I don't want to actually do that. I want to change tact a little bit. You know what I'm actually going to do? Normally I do darker underneath, but I'm not going to. I'm actually going to do colour underneath. Like little plants, right? That's actually a pretty good result. That's a nice effect. I like that. That looks great. That looks great. Look, gonna get up for a bit. If I don't come back today, see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow, my friend, and then back on Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. So thanks for hanging out. I'll talk to you soon. The old speckled hen on tap. Fresh steak and kidney pies. Alright, fine. Alright, we'll come back to the water next week, right? But I do think... Yeah, I knew Photoshop was doing that. I knew it was doing that. There we go. You can always tell when I've done a long stream because Photoshop starts to, like, choke. I don't know if it's a memory leak or what, but it just chokes. Or is it wake up? I don't know. All of these questions and more. There it is again. Next week on Soap. It's the thing that kills a long stream more than anything else is like when it just starts to choke like this. Just gonna... I was just testing your Photoshop. No, don't like that. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Let's do this instead. Alright, I think we got Angel's Place done. Alright, so what next? Hobbit's done. Angel's Place done. Let's do this one because I think it's the only other villa up here. Let's do it. Let's make it a little bit more towards the red. Something like this. Wacom gets laggy after a while, even with intros. That's what it is then, okay. I kind of had like this feeling that it might have been a Wacom thing, you know? It's Wacom, man. I mean, Wacom is just like, the hardware's okay, but the software is actually kind of pretty shit. And their customer support isn't brilliant either. So yeah, I think I settled it. When I next buy a touch tablet, I'm not getting... Why did I do that? I'm not getting Wacom. I think that's what was... I know why I did that. I'm a freaking dope. Hold on. Sun comes in from this angle. Right here. It works fine. Yeah, they are. Oh, Brian, I think this is your song, man. If you're serious about ditching Wacom and Adobe, look into getting an iPad Pro. What's give me the lowdown on the iPad Pro. Is it self-contained unit? I mean, does it include Photoshop or something? I mean, I can't ditch Adobe, right, because of the Photoshop. But Wacom, yeah, I could see me ditching Wacom. Mwah. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. Vogan poetry. Yes, exactly. I kind of like it, Brian. I gotta be honest with you. I kind of like it. Wow. Talk about lag. Talk about lag. Holy balls. Go back here. You know, I kind of feeling like let's just do a temple. Let's do a temple while we're here. iPad Pro doesn't have Photoshop, at least not there. Oh, because it has its own built-in drawings tools, but it does have those other programs that we were talking about. Okay, okay. This is our song, man. This is our song right here. What a beautiful building. What a beautiful building. Outstanding. Shit, guys. Alright, let's do the graveyard, shall we? Because we're rocking this thing. Let's do the graveyard. kind of not feeling the graveyard. I'm feeling this. Clip Studio Paint, Affinity, Procreate. Yeah, you know, maybe I should look into that. Cost and size. And although I actually draw within a pretty small size, I will admit. Right, let's do it. Let's do it. I got a better idea. Hold on. I got a better idea. Color. Buildings. Large. Whoa, 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 whoa. How about you didn't do any of that? Color. Come on. Color. Buildings. Large. And we're going to take... Copy the layer style. We're going to paste it here, and we're gonna actually, I think we're gonna make the size pretty large. Let's try this. Oh, there's some fucking eraser for some reason. How do I must just hit keys, you know? I just mash keys. That's the stage. Let's come back to that. Angel, I have returned. Huzzah! I think I'm going to get an 11-inch, but they come a little bigger. How big is bigger? And I don't know. I think I'd have to put my hands on one. I'd have to put my hands on one. And see how I felt about it. I like the idea of drawing on something like that. I do. Of course, I've also got to be able to stream it. That's important to me. Not going to happen, Faden. Not going to happen. That is pretty shit drawing between the lines right there. Literally the opposite of drawing between the lines. Angel, I think you missed me colouring your house. Alright. God, okay, so what colour should the stage be? What colour should the stage be? Are we doing a wooden stage? They wouldn't have concrete, right? They wouldn't have like a stone stage, or would they? I mean, this is a permanent structure. Do we do wood? Do we do something else? Yeah, I think I'll look into that, Brian. I mean, I'm not really in the market for, like, spending money right now, but at the same time, I want a mobile drawing platform that I can actually, let's say, even plug into a big screen for seminars and stuff. Would make sense. Wood it is. those... Yeah, okay, I've got some erasing to do too. Here, hold on. There we go. There we go. And by I'm basically colouring on two separate layers, one of which is casting a shadow down on the layer below. So it's kind of, you know, I'm getting that elevated sort of feeling, I think. Angel says, I swear USB ports exist in 4 dimensions. You're right. You're right. I do the same thing. I go, nope. All right. Nope. What? Nope. What? Nope. Yes. I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. That looks nice. That looks nice. Alright, so let's get some shadows. Now these pillars are meant to be brass topped or something, so we're gonna do something about that. Alright, so help me out. What is that center area? Is the center area? Is that a stage? Is this a stage? What is that? See, I always thought the thing up here was a stage. I'm not sure if it is. I'm seeing this as not an arena, but an amphitheater where there's plays and shit going on. It's a fighting pit. I'm not sure it is though, but I like the idea in sand. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it is a fighting pit. This is going to be above my ink. Alright, let's do it. Oh, there's a better way of doing this, you silly little girl. maybe it is 3. Let's try it. Let's try it properly this time. Oops. Let's get back to this. Oh, that looks pretty, right? That looks really pretty. I've got to do the shadows of the pillars, though. Theatre in the round. Theatre in the round. So is that a wood floor? Is that a wood floor? Is that a stone floor? What are we dealing with there? Theatre would be totally closed in. Fighting pits are open. Stone floor, not sure. Makes sense to me that this is a gladiatorial pit. Yeah, Angel, I'm just not sure that it's meant to be. But I'm going to draw it in sand, okay? That building looks pretty. That is clearly a question for Zagora Games, right? We will ask them and we will find out. In the meantime, let's make it sand. We'll find out. We'll find out. If it's a fighting pit, Angel, we will add blood, okay? 100%. But I wanna make sure that that is a correct assumption before we do it. Well, I think that this is beginning to take shape. I am going to do the graveyard. Alright, so what we're going to do with the graveyard is we're going to have it being pretty overgrown. with kind of stone paths going all the way around it. I don't like that green. Let's change that green. Adobe Photoshop is coming to the iPad Pro sometime this year. We're definitely going to smooth out this quite a bit. We're almost treat it like a farm in a way. It's a body farm. I don't want it to feel lush. I just want to get the scrub in there. Then we're going to colour over the top of the scrub. I also want to create a background colour that the gravestones are going to contrast against pretty harshly. Right, let's come up a layer. Miss J, it's starting to grow crop. What will it be when it ripens? Yeah, I know, right? How you doing, Miss J? How are you? We have been streaming Miss J for 4.5 hours so far. And I'm probably going to go for about half an hour more, thereabouts. I'm going to zoom out now and you'll be able to see where we're at. I think we're looking pretty good. The water I Miss J I'm going to actually do on a stream next week. I think literally like one day, nothing but water. Maybe brown, right? Let's get some brown in here, some soil. So this is where we're at, Miss J. I mean, we've got buildings to do, obviously. We've got all of the water to do, but... And we've got the palace to do, the amphitheater to do. and the temple here to do. I got little Moggy here wanting some loves. Excuse me, guys. Alright. Now I'm purposely adding this brown to remove patches of green, but I actually want to provide a little bit of a canvas to myself for the white that I'm about to do. I'm going to do one more of this. Miss J, by the way, if anyone in the chat is not familiar, or if you're watching the video later and is not familiar, go check her out on Instagram. Miss J is a very talented cartographer. If you like my work, you're going to love her work. And if you liked Teagle, you're going to love her work. I wish I'd known her when I was doing Teagle. Alright, let's blend this a little bit. Final blend. All those random colours are really starting to come together and look cohesive. I hope so, Miss J. I hope so. My style is very much blending of colours until it looks cohesive. But the downside is it looks like shit until it looks cohesive. But I'm hoping that it's kind of moving out of the shit realm, you know, into something that looks pretty good. I was saying to everyone in the chat earlier that because and I don't know if this is the same for you, but because I'm staring at it so hard for so long, it's actually hard for me to know if it's actually looking good or not. And it's like I have to go to bed and come back to it the following day and look at it with fresh eyes to really have an opinion if it's working or not. Nice. Nice. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of okay with that. I'm kind of okay with that. It takes a long time to get there, but I think it looks okay. It would have been fun to work on that. There will be others. And yes, I don't believe that it will look any good until it's all nearly finished. Right, right. No, okay, Adrian, yeah, but I mean, you've got to admit that when you, like, you know, like, look at the colour of the water, it's like, it's not very good. Well, it's because, yeah, we've got to do, like, what, 9 other layers on it yet. So until you get those 9 other layers, it's always kind of like, yeah, it looks okay. I think that's what I'm getting at. I don't know if I want to fuck about with this. I'm kind of tempted just to leave it. I think I like it just as it is. I was going to do little pinpricks of white gravestones. Maybe we still do that. Maybe we pick out the white of the larger gravestones and mausoleums. And then we're going to leave it. Plastic flows. I'm sorry, I'm not following you. Yeah, I think this is a nice little touch, and then we're gonna leave this. Just to pick out, you know, some of the larger items, and I think also it will provide that extra little contrast. And let you know that these are stone after all, you know. I think that will help lead the mind's eye to what it's looking at here. I was going to do this all over, but I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to. I think it looks pretty good as it is. Something like that. Graveyard seems to be full of them. Plastic flowers. I could see that. I could see that. Alright, so where are we at? Let's go a little bit longer here. Okay, we set up with the objective of colouring the right hand side, getting the farms done, getting the trees done, getting our villas and our hobbitses done. All of that is done. That's fantastic. Shadows for the rocks we'll do next week. Let's just draw some colour with buildings. Let's just do buildings, because I think that's where we're at right now, is buildings, right? Shit, it is. We're kind of there. But let's... Angel, I almost forgot. Let's do an angel. I like this song. I like this one. It feels a little bit, you know, Game of Thrones like. you know what? I could actually do this style a little bit differently, so let's not get distracted. One of your neighbors is a birder. Like, do they have like a big aviary and stuff? And I went kind of nuts with the roof details on this particular map. I do like Miss J's idea of doing roof details separately. Makes a lot of sense. That's what we're gonna do from now on. Doing it this way is a bit silly. Let's actually... Ah, fuck off. There we go. Jack used to birdwatch too. That used to be his shtick. Bodhi Gazilla says, did you miss the temple being coloured? We have not coloured the temple. No, Bodhi. Hold on a sec. I will zoom out. So, Bodhi, we basically are now working on the interior town buildings. The temple and the palace and water are going to be the last thing. Oh, and the amphitheater? Amphitheater? Whatever it's called. They're going to be the last things that we do. Hippodrome. Hippodrome. These are going to be the last things that we colour. But I'll zoom out right now and I'll show you where we're at. I love doing that. I love colouring and then coming in underneath and colouring and getting a result like that. That looks great. Alright, Bodhi, this is where we're at. Villas, done. Amphitheatre, done. Graveyard, done. All the little hobbit places, done. There's our little graveyard right there. I like the graveyard. I'm okay with the graveyard. And we're pushing in now from all sides on these buildings. I was gonna end the stream like half an hour ago or so, but like where I'm going next isn't even open, so we'll keep going for a few minutes. Thank you, Booty. I'm okay with how this has turned out. I'm okay, and we're not even done yet. If we get this water, this map is gonna pop. Angel, card crashing so hard right now. Full of hamburger. Well, I'm going to be doing the same here in about an hour when I actually go and eat some barbecue. It's a map! Yes, Brian. I think it looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty good. Hopefully the client's going to be happy with this. And, you know, if they're not, I'm just going to give it to you, you know. I'm just here to draw maps. Hopefully they like it. If they like it, it's a bonus. We had I think a few. There we go. Here's another one. Oh, we gotta do the little marketplace too. We gotta do all of those tents. Oh, there's a little project right there. I forgot about the marketplace. You know what? That one we're gonna do in stone. That one's stone. That's a statue. Yeah, I forgot about the marketplace. That would be a fun project. If Zagora is like me, they are going to love it. Thank you, Angel. I haven't actually shown it to them since we started colouring. I mean, if they see it on Facebook or my other social media channels, righteous. But I haven't actually shown it to them. Because it's difficult to show a client, like, an early iteration of colouring because it is such a multi-layered process. You kind of got to come into it towards the end to really appreciate it. So I've been kind of holding back on it. There it is. Nice. Nice. Right up your alley, Alyssa. Yeah, the oldest door in Britain. Yeah, I've posted that sucker to my wall before now. That's a special door right there. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a beautiful door. Alright. We'll go for about 10 more minutes, okay? I am getting hungry. I am ready to put some food in my mouth. Let's finish off these buildings. Maybe we'll do a couple of others too. This one came out funny because I selected it incorrectly. If I accidentally select on the black line, it does that. So let's just colour that one. Don't like that colour. Let's do this colour. Let's stick with the top. Let's stick with the top. Well, you know... Yeah, let's stick with the top. Yeah. Good. Okay, this one. I'm actually quite pleased with our progress today. I think we've done a lot of work today. Alright, let's do these gardens here. In fact, let's finish this up properly. Hold on. Hold on a second, Mo. Photoshop. Let's go up here. Alright, let's do grounds. Let's do it real quick. I was actually judging for pizza last night, Bodhi. You guys actually talking about food is making me really hungry. So I'm going to be shut down the stream as soon as I've done these gardens here. Because I haven't eaten all day and I'm now at that point where it's actually beginning to hurt. It is what, like 3:30 here? And I haven't eaten anything. May as well do this one while we're here, right? Okay, and now... What do we want to do? Let's do a little bit of mud. Let's do a little bit of mud. There's some of these places that need to be a little bit muddy. Come on, phone. Come on. There, you little poo house. Come on. And you're definitely mud here. So let's do mud. I think they look okay, right? I think they look okay. Paths. Yes, Jack. Yes, we're gonna get food. I want food too. We're gonna do it now, baby. We're gonna do it now. I am very hungry right now. We're gonna get some food. Alright, everyone. Last roof, and then I am calling the stream here for today. I'm having a blast. We're doing really, really well on it. We're really motoring. But I can feel my energy levels beginning to ebb, and that's going to be down to the fact that I haven't eaten, so I am going to go and eat. Alright. So this is where we're at. This is it. This is it. There's still work to be done, but we've done a lot tonight. You know, this entire right side was completely uncoloured when we started today. We've added the farms. We've added all of our individual little villas with their gardens. We've added our little hobbitses. Settlements with their little paths. I love doing the little paths. Those little paths are so gorgeous. And we've been doing, like, colouring in the piers as we go. We've done our graveyard. We did our lumber mill over here. We got that the logging camp here. We got another little hobbit's place right here done with our aviary. That's fantastic. Maybe we'll draw some birds later on. And again, more little paths, little tiny paths. I don't know why they just. I just love them. And then we actually started coming into town. You know, we started colouring these buildings. We're really motoring from this side. We did our amphitheater with our golden pillars, and we're just piling through, and we're just going to do more of that. Now, we do have a deadline of like the end of next week, but I feel like we're in a good position. We need to reserve 1 day for water, and the palace and the temple won't take long, and nor will the hippodrome. They're not going to take long. So the main thing is going to be these buildings here, but I think we can motor on these. Now, tomorrow I was going to do the Two King Games map, and I think we might split the stream into that. But I want to work a little bit on this tomorrow too, and see if we can, like, really break the back on these buildings, you know? Because that's all we've really got to do now. It's just buildings. And this thing's done. And I want to say most of the buildings are done, you know? So that's where we're at. I think it's looking fantastic. It's been about 6 hours of streaming. It's been a big stream today. Yeah, Miss J, can't have you fainting on stream, and I'm getting there. All right, look, I love you all. I'm loving working on this. It's been a great stream today. It's been a great session. I'm back tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again. Maybe not 6 hours tomorrow. Maybe we'll do more like 4 hours, okay? But we're back again tomorrow. We're going to keep on rocking and rolling. This one is this close. It's this close. I love you all. I'm going to go and get like some barbecue in my face. I'll see everyone tomorrow, okay? Mwah. Love you all.